his credit, he has won many awards. The few awards is Excellent Service in Homeopathy by Research Society of India, Dr. Anuman Memorial National Award, Dr. Mahindra Singh Memorial Award for Best Organizer, Living Legend Award by Homeopathy Friends Gorakhpur, Vaidya Ratna by Great Society with Blessings of Regia, Award for Excellence in Homeopathy by Homeopathy Science, Life Achievement Award, Dr. Wilman Sam in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mary ji, and let me thank once again Dr. Ravindra for inviting me for this speech. And before I go ahead, I have some special invitees here who have come on my request. Dr. H.L. Swami, who is the chairman of the Karnataka Qualified Homeopathic Doctors Association. Dr. Tripti is there, and Mr. Sharan is there, and some more people have joined. So I welcome them specially. And secondly, I welcome all of you. Friends, here, before I say anything else, I would definitely try to make a mention of Abilities Club. See, with all physical abilities what we have, we are not able to utilize ourselves completely to that extent. But this Rotary Abilities Clubs, it's called as abilities, but there are many people in the Rotary Club who are not fully able as we are, underprivileged. They have, some people have visionary disability, some people have hearing problems, having walking problems, but still they have a motto, they have a strong will to serve the society as much as possible with their abilities. That's why it is rightly named as abilities, not disabilities. So friends, this is what I would really thank Mr. Arvind ji, who has taken so much interest in calling all these things, making these arrangements, and he has been in touch with us. Arvind ji, whether we are in Rotary or not, let us be together in the interest of society. Okay, right. Now, for some of you, my presentation may be repetition, but I can't help it. There are many people who are new, so I would like to start with my presentation, and I would request for me to screen sharing facility. Number one. Number two, friends, earlier days, in the olden days, when people were doing work to the society by sacrificing their food, by sacrificing their sleep, by sacrificing their all energies, by sacrificing family, they were called as rishis, saints, mahamunis, and today they are called as IT professionals, software fellows. They have left everything, not useful to much useful to society, but they are doing all these things, leaving food, leaving time, getting spoiled their health, but still they are called as IT professionals. Anyhow, this is on the lighter side. Now the first question comes to us: why should we do social service? Why do we need that? What is the reason? Why should we do social service? Why can't we do our own service and help, and we'll be fine? Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Sir, are you trying to share something?
Yeah. Just give me a minute. I'll try to share. uh, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Just have a look at it. This is called as animal instinct. And you see, when animals can have this instinct, a child, an innocent boy who doesn't know anything, he was given a bread and suddenly he offers it to a cow. This is what we see in nature. Without any motivation, without any request, without any asking, it comes natural way. It is nature. It should come. Now you see here, the boy fell in the water. He could have come out, but he's taking his dog with him. That is the nature, what innocent people are without a lot of education. It comes naturally and it should come naturally. Why should we do all these things? Why should we think about the nature? Why should we think about the other people's suffering? This is what we call as a reason why. Now, you are able to see this, I understand. Here you see, mentally, any person who is mentally healthy cannot see other person suffering. This is human instinct, not a service. If somebody is suffering and you are seeing and enjoying it, it means you are mentally not sound. You are something else. So it should come natural to you to serve people or to do something. But this is not service. This is instinct. If somebody is falling next to us, we will try to give our hand and bring him up. These are all human instincts. And humanity is greater than the status. You think that man is very poor or somewhere he is not up to your social status. That doesn't come in between the service. That doesn't come in between the instinct. Humanity is much more greater than your status. You may be anything. You have seen many times, whenever the award is, Padma Shri awards are given by the President of India and the Modi, Prime Minister, suddenly they get up and they come down to the level of the people who are receiving. Not that I am president, you should come here and receive. Many times I have seen president coming down. So that is humanity. It's much more greater than your status. It should be natural instinct to help people wherever it is possible. Now let us take up social service. The concept of social service in the West and East are totally different. In the West, it is a profession. People have qualification, and that has come to India also. Now you have degrees and all other things. And some of the jobs they do are to help people cope up and adapt to situations that arise in complex social exchanges. Services provided to disadvantaged, distressed, or vulnerable persons or groups. Therapeutic intervention if needed. Conflict resolution. Services oriented towards the prevention, improvement, or resolution of health, mental health, social or environmental problems that affect individuals, families, specific groups, or communities. Helping in bringing down the crime rates. This is an important part. Promoting self-help groups and getting employment to them. Overseeing a patient's stay from admission until discharge. Acting as facilitator in a situation of conflict. Generally, where do we find social workers who are professional? After completing the course, where do they go? Where do they go? You can see them in hospitals. You can see them in prisons, not inside, helping them out. Inmates. Voluntary organizations, drugs and alcohol de-addiction centers, hospitals, mental asylums, disability center, child adoption center, and community care. Also, residential service today, there are so many apartments and all that. Sometimes we need a social worker who's a professional and who should be able to help us, help them out from the various problems. Basically, we serve others for our peace and happiness. This is what the Indian way of thinking about social service. You may be paid, you may not be paid, but if you want to be happy and you want to be at peace, you should serve others. You should see the neighbor, you see the next person, you see the person next to you is not suffering, so that he is peaceful and you are peaceful. This attitude, let us develop and go ahead with the whatever little difference we can make. Let us be a change maker, the society. So this presentation is from Institute of Free Mind. This is called as Mukta Man. The mind is not bound by anything. How to do it? In India, it is a passion. In outside, it is a profession. It is a passion, obsession, part of spirituality and commitment to the society. These things, I don't know, might have been included in the syllabus today, but this comes to us naturally by instinct. Aham Brahmasmi, this is told by Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Yajurveda. Tattvamasi, Chandogya Upanishad, Samaveda, which says, you are the same as I am. Means there is no much difference between you and me. We are together. So if you are suffering and if I'm happy, it means that I must try to reduce your suffering. This is what it talks about. You may believe in God, you may not believe in God, but this is what Aham Brahmasmi. You are the same as I am. So why should you suffer when I can see that you are suffering, I can reduce it. Adroha sarva bhuteshu karmana manasa gira. Anugrahascha danancha satam dharmaha sanatana. This is a wonderful statement given in the Mahabharata. It is Mahabharata Vanaparva, where it says, the absence of malevolence towards all creatures in thought, deed, or word, and to practice compassion and charity towards them is Sanatan Dharma. If anybody is to follow Sanatan Dharma, this is the definition. You should not think ill of others. You should not think of ill not only others, creatures in thought, deed, word, everything, except when it comes to hurting your nation. You should be compassionate with everyone. Okay, who should do it? Who should do social service? Only people, those who are qualified MSW people, or anybody can do. Each and every one of us should should think about society and should do some service. Now, those who are able to see this picture, just imagine what is happening here. A lion is walking, lion or tiger, what do you call it, is walking, and the small baby of it is being carried by the elephant. Now you know both these animals are enemies. The moment it sees this tiger or lion, whatever it is, elephant runs away, and this runs after it and tries to kill it. But here it is scary. And they are not attending our lectures like this. They are not attending webinars or Zoom meetings. Now, this photo of the year was taken as the best photo of the century. A lioness and her cub were crossing savanna. There is a desert. But the heat was excessive and the cub was in a great difficulty walking. An elephant realized that the cub would die and carried him in his trunk to a pool of water, walking beside his mother. Can you believe that this can happen anytime with the human beings? And we call them wild animals. It's a great lesson for mankind. So can we develop? See, now both are enemies. One is prey, to others it eats. But still that instinct, it is there in the nature. Let us bring it out. Let us bring it out in our actions. Social service with little spirituality will have a great impact on both who is serving and who is receiving the services. When you are doing social service, you are serving the God. Don't forget that, because aham brahmasmi tattvamasi. I am, if God is there in me, God is there in you. You may speak any language, you may belong to any country, you may belong to anything. As long as you are a human being or animal, whatever it is, God exists, both of us. And let us see, if you are in some difficulty, let me give a hand and help you out. Everything is God. Everyone is God. This is what Sanatan Dharma believes. Jane Seva hi Janardhan Seva hai. This is a wonderful saying. Serving humanity is serving the God. And this is what Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma. This is what Vedas say. Everything what you see, which is moving, non-moving, trees, plants, animals, everything is nothing but Brahma. Some of the religions, some of the literature may not believe this, but Sanatan Dharma believes everything what you see, what moves, what doesn't move, everything is nature. Everything is Almighty, the Creator Himself in this form. Let us do it with full dedication and see that the person or the organization is fully benefited whenever you are taking up some service. Indian attitude and concept of social service is, once you finish your job, forget what you have done and who is the beneficiary. Let me show you something else. Now this is King Karna. See, King Karna is known, a person from the Mahabharata, a king known to be a Dana Veera Shura Karna. He keep on donating everything to everyone, whoever came to his doorstep, asked something, he always gave, he never said no. But the one quality of his was, while donating, while giving anything, while serving anybody, he never looked directly into the eyes. He looked down and he went on doing the job. And this you can see here, the picture depicts that. He is just looking down and donating whatever he's sacrificed. The reason for this is, once somebody asked, why do you look down when you are helping people? You should look up. He said, no. What I am giving doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the Almighty. God has given me and I am giving it to them. Today, if I'm able to speak to you on this webinar, God has given me energy and I must do that. It is not my physical body. My age is already crossing 73, but still I'm active and I'm working. It is all because of His grace. He says, I am giving to you what God gave me, and I should not be egoistic that, yes, take it, I am doing it. Whereas most of the people, they give whatever it is little bit, and they have 25 photos, one video, and keep it. And this is very common, most common in Rotary. You get first you take a photo. First you take a photo. But where is Karna? He gave everything whatever he had. So can we adopt some qualities, some spirituality into social service? Now, karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachit ma karma phala heturbho mate sangostva karmani. This is a very famous Bhagavad Gita shlok where everybody quotes. Now, I am quoting here is, your job is to serve the people. Whether they recognize you, whether they remember you, whether they forget you, is not your business. Do it and get away. In our Lucknow, there is a saying, Neki kar darya mein dal. That means do good and put it in a lake, put it in water so that it floats and goes away. But on the lighter side of this humor, we have seen one slogan behind an auto. Neki kar musibat mein phas. Do good and get into trouble. That's a different lighter side. But this shloka, let us adopt. Our job, our purpose is only to keep on doing the work. Let us do the work. And this is what I think Modi is doing. Everybody hates Modi, but he doesn't speak anything against anyone, except the politicians and in the election speeches. He said, I will do what is good for my nation, what is good for my public, whether anybody appreciates or not. See, he was doing a lot of foreign tours earlier when he became Prime Minister. There is a joke, India ka Prime Minister, India aa raha hai. People made fun of his foreign tours. And this foreign tours only helped him today to become the world leader. And he could fly in the war zone of Ukraine and Russia, where nobody is permitted except Indian flights. And you could get back all the Indian students who have not taken his permission to go to Russia or Ukraine, but he took the responsibility. That is what we call a social service. And then he is not expecting them to applaud for him or vote for him. No, he is not bothered. So can we adopt that attitude? This is what it is. Somebody said, life laughs at you when you are unhappy. Life smiles at you when you are happy. That means let us be present. But life salutes you when you make others happy. Somebody is struggling, you give him a hand, bring him up, he will smile at you. That is the biggest gift. You smile at him and then finish it. This wonderful quote was told by this great man, I think you all know, Charlie Chaplin. Now Vivekananda said one beautiful thing. Atmano mokshartham jagat hitaya cha. Why you should do social service is this. For one's liberation, one should serve society. You are not obliging some people by serving them, but for your own liberation. Atmano mokshartham jagat hitaya cha. Just see this.
L'eau est un bien trop précieux pour être gaspillé.
Can we look into that? Can we look into that water, what we saw just now? This is one of the biggest thing what we are finding it tomorrow. The people say there will be wars because of water. This is happening every day. Forget about serving people outside. In our own home, in our own houses, we waste water like anything. Can we do something like that? This is also a part of social service. You may not get any certificate that you have done a wonderful job by saving water, but the nature is looking at you. Let us save water. And now, I think you got the message. There have been many videos where we say, don't throw the things on the road. Don't throw where it is not needed. Throw it in a dustbin. Let us try to store the dustbin or the things which are disposable at a place specified for them. Even you do this, this is also part of your social service. You need not only go and look for somebody to help them. This is what you do it. First you do social service at your own place, then go out. What's the point of your education if you still throw garbage on streets to be ultimately picked up by uneducated persons? I would not say uneducated person, but illiterate people are those who don't have any degrees. Those who have degrees, they do all nonsense. You can see this photo. Now this man is sitting in a car, wonderfully, spitting on the road. This we see more in maybe India, Bangalore, more of Calcutta, where they forget about throwing anything. I have seen people eating samosa and then throwing it out of the car, the remains. And people, those who do not have much qualifications, maybe illiterate, they do this job. And you call yourself educated and they are uneducated. Now this photo just reveals, without telling anything, he is not seeing what is his status. He is not seeing how dirty that beggar is. He is not seeing anything. Just he saw the bottle is there and there's a heat and maybe that, and he's giving them help. This should come from childhood. This should be our nature. Let us cultivate this in our children. Having degrees will not make him gentleman. It only makes him man. Man can be anything. And then when you are serving, don't see that my service should be of a great help. See, everybody is pushing the vehicle out. Also the dog. It's doing its job. It's also putting in a hand. Maybe 0.0001% it helps in pushing the car out. She is not getting an auto.
ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలమ్మా? నేను తీసుకొస్తా.
ఎక్కడికెళ్ళే బాబు, నేను తీసుకెళ్తా.
అయ్యో పర్లేదులేమ్మా.
ఎంత మంచి మనసు అయ్యాను. ఇదే బాబు ఇల్లు, ఇక్కడ పెట్టేసే పర్లేదు.
వెళ్ళొస్తానమ్మా.
సరే నాన్న. సహాయం చేస్తా అంటే మంచోడు అనుకుంటే కదా దొంగనా కొడుకవరే. మనతో పరిచయం లేని వారిని నమ్మకండి. ఒంటరిగా బయటికి వెళ్లే మహిళలు ఖరీదైన ఆభరణాలు వేసుకున్నప్పుడు చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండండి.
Sometimes people help like this also. Let us be careful for that. Now these things are happening more nowadays. The people that throw eggs on the cars and block it, all those things. Now some inspiring things I have collected, which I would like to share with you. Social service without anything in return. The more we come, this is a famous person whom you know, Vivekananda. The more we come out and do good to others, the more our hearts will be purified and God will be in them. Now everyone knows this famous person now. He is no more, Mr. Manjhi. He is from Bihar. His wife died because she couldn't take her to hospital when she was pregnant and all that, because hospital was 75 kilometers away from his place. And there was a big, huge rock in between there, and they have to go around and take it. The wife died, and this man spent 22 years in breaking down that rock, breaking down that mountain. People say mountains can't be moved, but this man has shown it moved. After his death, there was a big film. They made money, but this man was just like that. He took a hammer and went on cutting up the stone. People said, पत्नी मर गई है, पागल हो गया है, ये पहाड़ तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहा है. अरे उसने कोशिश नहीं करके दिखाया. अगर आदमी ठान ले तो कुछ भी कर सकता है. ना उसने करके दिखा. And what he got out of it? Nothing. He said, I have only made 75 kilometers into 1 kilometer. Now people can go. We are seeing some people are going. A blind man and his armless friend, best friend, have planted over 10,000 trees in China. What we are doing, we are cutting our own trees, what we have. So can we plant trees in every house, 2-3 plants, and let us contribute. It's already Bangalore is drying up. It has become, earlier it was garden city, now it is garbage city, and what you call cement city or flat city, multi-story building city. So let us plant as much, and then see, they need not do all these things. It is out of their instinct. Yes, I must. The world is coming down. Plants are coming down. Let us do something. Now this is a young man, Suresh Belsaria. He has converted Chhattisgarh jungle. Chhattisgarh is, full of Naxalites, and it's very difficult for them in that jungle. So he converted his scooter into ambulance, and he has taken more than 500 pregnant ladies to hospital on this artificially created ambulance. And today we are showing his photo, but nothing in return he gets. Little bit, they make him some money, but that's okay. This is the, what we call an inner feeling that I must, let me help. This is another person, Lal Chand. He sold his wife's ornaments to build a bridge, wooden bridge on the river, so that old people, girls, ladies can cross the river easily. And I would, as I say, I would appreciate this man. And more than this, I will appreciate his Dharam Patni, who gave his wife ornaments. Especially in North India, people would not share anything with their ornament ladies. It is very close to them. Mere baap ne diya, mere maa ne diya, mere bhai ne diya. And she said, take it for this society. This spirit can we have. Let us develop. Whether we are doing MSW or non-MSW, let us have this spirit. Now you see, the photo tells everything. They are not educated, they are not literate, they don't have big building, they don't have big, see that is just the child wants water and the water she is serving. To be rich is not what you have in your bank account, but what you have in your heart. That's very important. Let us have some sympathy, some compassion, something for this other people, the world, the country. Now this boy is a 12-year-old boy. He could afford to go to school. Then what did he do? He learned whatever he learned every day. He conducted classes for them who can't afford to go to school. And he was teaching them. What a great teacher. What a great spirit, that feeling what he has, that's what more important. This man, this boy, 12 years, people play, people do masti, and what we are showing in our TVs and in our pictures. But you see, why such things are not shown? This is social service. What is getting nothing? इससे पूछा, what do you get out of it? अरे सर, मैंने जो पढ़ा है ना, मैंने अपने दोस्तों को पढ़ा दिया, बस और क्या चाहिए? That was his reply. Now you see this, he himself is a beggar. You see his sitting, dress, everything. Little milk in the bottle. He is serving that cat or whatever animal it is, squirrel, whatever it is. Money has got nothing to do with the attitude. See this man. He's just a milk vendor, milk giving from village, he cycles, and he saw some cats there. So little bit, whatever he had, he's sharing with them. Can we do this? Can we cultivate this? Can we make it it to flow in our blood, to be empathetic, to be compassionate to the people. We have to rise from being dependent and becoming dependable. And I would really salute abilities people. Those who are supposed to be dependent on others are becoming more dependable. People can depend upon abilities, and people serving in the abilities Rotary Club. The life is short. The vanities of the world are transient, but they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. This is Swami Vivekananda. If you don't have that heart of doing something for others who are in need, then you are more dead than alive. This statement Vivekananda wrote in a small letter to Maharaja of Mysore, who funded his travel to America. Paropakaraaya phalanti vrukshah, paropakaraaya vahanti nadyah, paropakaraaya duhanti gavah, paropakarartham idam sharir. This is a beautiful shloka from Subhashita. What does it mean? It means the trees bear fruits to serve others. The rivers flow to serve others. Cow gives milk to serve others. See, every animal gives milk, but generally 98% of the human population would like to live on the cow's milk, and we are killing them. We are slaughtering them, right and left. Whatever be the religion, whatever be the other things, where is your human heart gone? When you kill the people, kill the animal from which you drink the milk. This human body is meant to serve others. This is what the meaning of the shlokas. Paropakarartham idam sharir. Our body is meant to see how it can be useful to the society. To serve, we need heart full of grace and soul full of love. Heart full of grace and soul full of love. Serving, forget whom, when, and where. Receiving, remember the giver always. When you are serving, forget whom you are serving, when you are serving, where you are serving. Finish it up. When you receive some favor from somebody, remember the giver always in for lifelong.
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้น ราะสิ่งที่เขาได้ คือได้แค่ความรู้สึก ได้เห็นความสุข ได้เข้าใจ ได้ความรัก ได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิม ในชีวิตคุณ อะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
Don't you think God is there? Don't you see the expression? A small smile. And you feel from the heart whether God is there or not in any form. But for us, for human beings, everything in and around is God. Forget what you are. Forget what is your position. Forget what you have achieved. How big you are, your principal director, all this goes into waste. When you die, it will be buried with you. But these things, small things, will be remembered in the nature. Maybe that person also will die, but somebody will make a presentation like this and show you. Friends, let us cultivate this habit. Yajurveda tells a beautiful thing. Mitrasyaham chakshusha sarvani bhutani samikshe. Mitrasya chakshusha samikshamahe. Yajurveda. What does it mean? It means let us look at each other in a friendly manner and treat each other as friends, including animals. Forget about the hatred that is being spread today by the social media. Let us not do that. In the name of anything, can you do it? Unless somebody is hurting your culture and your country, everyone is our friend. Everyone is our friend by heart. Let us look at them. This is what the Yajurveda teaches. And that's what Indians have been following it. And Sanatana Dharma is following them. And this is what it is. Best social worker in the world. Can you believe this man? He's not even man, he's monkey, who has been trained, who has learned, and he became no anger, no jealousy, no job is difficult for him, always ready to work, highly knowledgeable person, always calm, serene, no desire for recognition, yet most powerful person, humble person in the history of Ramayana. He doesn't want any recognition. After the Ramayana war, after the Ravana was killed, everybody was giving some presents. Rama came to him. Sita just told him, he said, what can I give to Hanuman? Okay, let us go to him. And both of them came to Hanuman and they said, Hanuman, what can I give? He said, what will you give? You have given to me. That's it for me. Now let us live in peace with everyone, including nature. Takeaway points, service should be our attitude. We need to be empathetic. We need to be considerate. To be happy and peaceful, let us serve the people around us. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhat bhave. This is Sanatana Dharma. May everyone be happy, everyone be free from all diseases. May everyone see goodness, auspiciousness in everything. May none be unhappy or distressed. Let there be peace everywhere. Change your mind and my mind, change our life, and do it now and now. I salute to all the people who keep on doing good in the world and laid down lives during freedom struggle of Bharat. So this is any questions, you can address it to me. You can note down the phone numbers and my email ID. Last time some madam asked, I'll keep it for some time. I don't know if the time permits or not. I think this is only 40 minutes internet connection. If it goes, it is left to the Ravindra sir to manage it. So you can note down the number, you can note down my email ID, and you can shoot questions at us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Session. As you rightly pointed out, social service, we have been separated from our culture, our scriptures. That is the main thing we got. There is a gap between what is actually the knowledge. The knowledge gap exists due to lack of exposure to our own culture, tradition, scriptures. See, lot of how many quotes you have given from scriptures. If everyone was aware of that, then definitely there was no need of social service in the very first place, because everyone is consciously aware of their duties and responsibilities towards oneself, towards society. So, as we are separated from our own culture, tradition, scriptures, now today we have to learn from such webinars again, which we were used to learn from our parents, grandparents, from our family members. Now we have to organize separate sessions for value education and for these morals, ethics, which were lost in the process. So definitely you have really contributed a great way in the webinar, sir. We all need to go back to our scriptures. Don't read them as religious books. Read them as a knowledge disseminating scriptures, and try to understand objectively what was given, why it was said, in different perspectives. That will give you a lot of things. Everyone should read Ramayana, Bhagavata, Mahabharata. That gives a lot of perspectives and lot of strategies, even in business, economics, whatever subject you want, medicine. You can get a lot of things from that.
Ravindraji, can it continue? Can we continue?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, you finish it up, then I want to take 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Now, see, I'll tell you, I have been making this presentation. We have a lot of presentation on India. Next week, that is on April 1st, I'll be presenting a presentation on India's peace strategy. That I will send you the link. If anybody wants to attend, you can attend it. Number one. Number two, we have a lot of presentations on various topics. For example, what is the difference between religion and Sanatan Dharma? All these things are there, we'll talk. Now I'll tell you one small experience of mine. There, as somebody told that I'm into Rotary. So there is a Rotary Club of JP Nagar. They always organize some debate competitions from various schools, 8, 10, 20 schools. And the school where it is conducted, so the children are from low strata, economically low. Anyhow, that was conducted and I was supposed to judge them. So one girl raised her hand and she said, "Sir, can I speak?" After everything was over. I said, "Everything is over. I don't know whether the organization." No, sir, brother. So I'll speak in Kannada. She's talked in local language. Believe me, she bet everyone, including those who are highly convent educated English speaking schools. She spoke so well. And I said, I will give her the first prize, whether you agree or not. Everybody, all the members, they said, "Sir, you are very right. Please give it." Then I asked her one small thing. "You spoke so well, my dear. What are your parents doing?" You know what she said? "My father is a drunkard. He doesn't work." And what is your mother? "My mother sells vegetables." Believe me, this is what society is today. And then I said, my heart melted you. Your education from 10th, 11th, 12th, I will fund it. She never believed me. I gave my heart. After 1 year, I got a phone call from her. "Sir, my admission is next tomorrow. Can you come and help me out?" I said, "Definitely, my dear, I'll come." So I was going to my clinic. So naturally, with all suit, boot, coat and tie, I went to the school. I gave them money. I said, "You only pay. I purchase some dress also." The principal said, "Sir, I want to introduce you to one more person." That boy, maybe 35 to 40 years, maybe 35, not even 40. lean, thin, simple in pant and shirt. He said he is from a remote place, and every year he funds 5 students by paying money. Believe me, what my ego was. Where was I? I am nothing in front of that man who is not even known, who is not even making this presentation. And that I'm serving one girl and she is serving 5 children every year. Sir, Prati Varsha, every year he comes, sir, he says, I'll give fees for 5 students. And what is he doing? He is not a rich man. He is a teacher in a Muslim school where he teaches Kannada. By force, they have appointed him because some Kannada teacher is needed. What salary he will be getting in a private school? See the image. Social service doesn't come by status, doesn't come by your money, doesn't come by your position, whatever it is, doesn't come by being a Rotarian. It comes from your heart. And I quote this every time. That man, when I saw him, I was so low in my eyes. One boy I'm giving, and this man, not known to anybody, is doing 5 children every year. So that is social service, friends. So please, let us not be proud if we are serving somebody. Let us not take 25 photos for one small job. Do it, forget it. Neki kar, darya mein dal, bhul ja kaun tha, kahan tha, kaisa tha. That's it. Thank you. Shubha din, good day. Over to you, Ravindra ji.
Thank you, sir. As always you pointed out, even our elders were also used to say, when we donate something, when we give charity, the third eye should not see it, third ear should not hear it. Otherwise, you will not get the benefit of that charity.
Sorry, can I say something?
They have protected us.
No benefit of charity.
Yes, sir.
And the right thing is, what your right hand does, left hand should not know.
Should not know. Yes, sir.
That is what it is. And as I told you, we are doing charity, we are doing service for Atmano Mokshat, our own liberty from so many bondages we have. That's what. Sorry, sir. Sorry for interfering. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Because we are indebted to nature, our parents, our family, our ancestors, to many people. So we need to express our gratitude and help in whatever way to the all living beings, as sir has already mentioned, to all humankind and also to animals, to nature, to everyone, whatever way, in whatever capacity we can. So hope this deliberation, this discussion will lead to much more charity, much more social service without any expectations. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, participants, if you have any queries or clarifications, you can unmute yourself and quickly ask so that sir can respond to your queries. You can unmute or raise your hand. I can also help you in unmuting. Be interactive. These sessions are organized for you only. We keep talking to each other. So sessions are organized especially for the participants. So kindly be interactive. You can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patil. This is Arun here.
Yes, Arun.
I just wanted to give you appreciation, saying that this was one of the most awesome conversations that I've heard. It was very, very inspiring.
So nice of you, Arunji. So nice of you. By the way, my name is not Patil, I am Patel. Sardar Vallabh
I'm
Bhai
so sorry. I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Patel. I'm so sorry.
The Iron Man of India, who has united all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, often this, especially when we think of Karnataka, this Patil and are more influential people.
I am not influential, sir. I am not at all influential. I have come to Bangalore 35 years back from Punjab.
Oh, nice.
I was principal there. I was imported here. I came here. Anyhow, Arun avare
There's a couple of years in Bangalore and this Gulbarga also. So I have many principals and professors who wear Patil. So often I get confused this Patel and Patil, especially coming to Karnataka, Bangalore. Sorry for that.
So I am not in politics, so I don't want anything. Just I want to be what I am.
Thank you, sir. So nice of you. So humble. So we offer your our respects to you and our sincere gratitude, heartfelt gratitude to you for joining us, and look forward for your sessions future also, sir. So we are coming up with a medical webinar on allergy, especially because that is being widely seen prevalent more than anything else. This allergy is causing lot of death. It is termed as silent killer. So we will get back to you personally. So hope we need your support in that.
We have 3, 4, 5 topics on health issues. When you talk to me, I'll tell you. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And be in touch with us directly. We have our phone numbers. And Mary Ji is always so busy and so occupied with so many social works. I don't know where all she works.
Yeah. She's so kind of
very, very sweet lady. Very nice, very humble.
Hi, sir. Actually, thank you very much, sir. The highlight of your program is you said what a right hand gives, left hand should not know. That my mom tells me day in and day out. Since I consider you as my father now, I think my father is telling to me.
So nice of you, my dear. Let God bless you with more
So
attitude
that statement is practiced every day. I hear that statement today, hearing from your mouth. It's many things. Wonderful talk, sir. I'm very blessed to have you in this.
Nice.
All the best for your life.
Can I leave, Ravindra ji?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Look forward for your presence in future sessions, sir.
Yes.
For joining. And,
so everyone, Shubhadin. Shubhadin means good day.
Yes,
Shubhadin in all Indian languages.
Yes, sir. Shubhodaya. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can introduce our next speaker. Mary ma'am, kindly unmute yourself. Yeah, kindly introduce our next speaker.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Nagaraj. He is the Deputy Manager of State Bank and current past President of Rotary Bangalore Abilities. His work experiences, he has worked in Sampurna project in managerial level to give self-employment opportunities for the disabled, worked 1 year in Mitra Jyoti Bangalore, conducted seminars for self-employment and job opportunities for the disabled, arranged training facilities for the disabled women who are not aware of facilities in Mitra Jyoti, worked in Kidwai Hospital, worked at Spandana Hospital, Bangalore. Some of his achievements are, he is recognized as the Young Achiever of the year 2003 by Rotary Club Bangalore for Sampurna, took distinction in PUC National College and master degree in MSW from Bangalore University, best fieldwork award from Mitra Jyoti in 2005, taken challenging jobs at bank and Rotary, and he contributes every month rupees 1,000 for tree plantations, and worked at non-governmental organization with professional social workers, giving care for child, women, health, counseling, and he's made a interaction with all over social workers in Karnataka. Over to you, Nagaraj. Over to you, Nagaraj.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. So it is good afternoon, I think. Ellargu namaskara. So today, on this national seminar on the social work and social service and sustainable development in the Rotarian approach. So this is one of the major thing where we focus on Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. And when we focus on this, actually, I would like to bring it a lot of things into picture. So respected Arvind sir, President of Rotary Bangalore Abilities, our Dr. B.D. Patel sir, just now who spoke and gave enlighten us with lot of things. Our friend Mary Florence and our Professor Dr. Ravindran sir and all the participants here. So this is the occasion that we are celebrating the 75th year of Indian Independence Amrut Mahotsav, Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. And this is a great occasion to attend this second time I am presenting this in the holistic health approach of the disabilities. So my topic basically about empowering persons with disabilities, the abilities of persons with disabilities. So when you say the social work perspective in the disability sector, so working for the persons with disabilities is a rewarding factor which involves supporting disabled persons to lead more independent, fuller, active life, and to taking up the education, employment opportunities, and to contribute to the community or society. And take the physical disability, often we face unique set of challenges in our everyday life. So these challenges which individuals faces largely depends upon our specific impairments as well as the severity which the social work which we need is relevant in the present days. So the social work role in the field of disability sector, where the people with the disabilities, when we coined the terms disabilities and handicap or impaired persons, challenged persons, Divyangjan, so lot of names we call, so where we need a satisfying life, a good job, a friendship, the peaceful life, and the economic economy, so adequate income, so family life, good recreation, and most of the things, so comfortable house to live. So all these things are required in the, and social attitude towards the person with disability is unhealthy, and there is a lot of stigma attached, and the families with disabilities are also in the struggle in most of the families, and we suffer from the basic needs are also affected to lots of people. So it is a sole responsibility of the family and the government and the society to recognize the rights, provide the opportunities, and helping the persons to lead a good life, especially the happy, satisfactory life. So when we provide with all these services to the persons with disabilities, so NGOs efforts are also very important. So prevention of disability and problem solving, changing, managing the change, utilizing the resources, using our skills, techniques, tools, and providing activities in a holistic way for disabled persons to lead a very happy, successful life in the environment. The social work in the disabilities is focused on the partnership of the service users, the families, caregivers, staff, and most often the people with disabilities need protection, care, support, and all the emotional support, and instead of sympathy, empathy, and the opportunities, and most of them the service to enhance the family life, especially the quality life. When you speak about social work models in the disability sector, we need to look on the theoretical and practical knowledge of the social work intervention, and the therapeutic model, especially the charity was the basic thing was there in the service, which has changed from the medical model. So the social work is used in the casework, group work, counseling, and medication, derived counseling, and intervention, solution focused, and therapeutic communication all these things are very important, especially family therapy. All these things needs to be practiced. So the disabled person with the family who actually is depressed, and there is awareness is lacking at this time in internationally and nationally. Lot of acts, lot of policies, rules, programs, everything is there to give a good, effective life. So group work and community development, research and advocacy, and lot of literatures are very important, which plays a key role in development of the disability sector to stop the discrimination. Especially the lot of legislations are in the place. Lot of programs which social workers needs to aware and needs to provide to realize the social inclusion of the community living and employment, family support, rehabilitation, and social work theory and practice in the field of disabilities has been the great influence to know the values and philosophy in the independent living as the movement, that is right-based movement. So a lot of rights have been created. So preventing disability is a major thing which social workers need to concentrate. As a professional social work, when you look at the disability sector, equality is very important, and treating them as a human beings is also very important. When you speak about the social work perspective, the disability, the three models are very important. One is a charity model, which was there before, where a lot of arms and ammunitions were given to the individual disabilities, and they're solving a lot of problems. Later it came as a right-based model, where we have to fight for our rights and get the justice. And lot of people are coming forward where the disabled persons are responsible, especially the disadvantaged or suffering people, and we are the individuals, we lead a competitive life in the social life. So that is why, so extricably the link is focused with the disability. So the latest model has come, that is empowerment or resilient model, to bring the changes in the attitude of the people. And family life education is very, very important, and terms and conditions has been developed, and it's a major outcome. So social work is addressing the disability in the ecological, psychosocial model. So because when you say the environment we treat, the disabled persons are also the part of it, because everywhere awareness, if it is not there in the structural level, so disabilities can't be getting all these facilities. So when you see the person with disabilities in many villages, there are illiterates who need education. And when you see the disabled persons in the some places where they sing, the cultural life is affected. So the accommodation is very, very important for the persons with disabilities, which largely lays down the active involvement of the social works in the day-to-day life of the persons with disabilities, where we need to make the disabled persons to take the responsibilities. We have to advocate our rights. So when you say the social work model empowering the strength and resilience, that is the perspective of the social workers, is to empower in the framework with the socio-economic cultural influence of the people is very, very important. We need to build a good relationship, and we need to identify the problems. We need to understand the persons, the family life, and we need to solve the person's problems. So for this, we should make the disabled person to be more happy, and we should bring the disabled persons into mainstream of the society. For that, we have got the 1995 Persons with Disability Act, which gives equal opportunities, protection of rights, full participation, and leading the person into mainstream of the society. When you change from individual to the group, so this is a very big approach, that the abilities of the disabled persons needs to be recognized, and family needs to be encouraged to look after the disabled persons in a very good way. So when I say the role of social workers in the field of disability sector is a very important thing which we all should aware and we should all learn. So areas of social work intervention in disability sector is social work practice includes the following key roles, such as maximize the clients to involve and explore expanding range of opportunities and choices, prepare the clients to be more effective in dealing with professional and bureaucratic way in the agencies often they do not understand nor appreciate the persons with disabilities needs. So that is why self-determination is very, very important in the organizational level, and mobilize the resources and help them to empower the persons with disabilities by considering the policy, programs, rules, schemes, everything should be given and improve the condition of the persons with disabilities. So where, social work intervention is basically on the systematic body of evidence based knowledge, practice, and primary area of social work intervention is therapeutic work, where the different therapies we need to follow and use, especially casework, medication, group counseling, group work, crisis intervention, family therapy, which is focused on crisis management, and whenever there is a loss of some member in the family, we need to give them bereaved counseling. So how to handle the situation. So some people come out from families, they stay in hostels, they lose the family support. That time we need to do the home placement. We need to make them to involve with their families, and more good community is important. So that is why referring the person with disabilities to relevant services is a very, very important thing which we need to understand. And maintaining communication, networking, and provide required services, advocacy, and protection of their rights and well-being of the person, empower to access their information and giving the benefits whatever is required. So that is why organizing them to access all these facilities and give them justice and respect to them in the society is very, very important. Support in the home is also very important. So families needs to access the residential care and independent life is also very important. So I need to today would like to address three things. One is Persons with Disability Act 2016, which focuses on 17 chapters and 102 sections, basically deals with education, employment, social security, research and development, and advocacy, and designation. So all the education, especially when you say higher education, primary education, where learning materials we need to provide, and special measures we need to provide for them to get a quality education and adult education. In the skill development and employment, reservation of 4% is very important. Identifying the jobs, especially I request all the corporates and government sector to identify and provide the jobs which is happening. So we need not do the discrimination. So we need to provide equal opportunities and maintain them a very successful life is very important. So rehabilitation, when you say, so prevention and promotion and curing, development, all these things, that is restoring back a person into the normal life is very important. Recreation, that is providing cultural and sports facilities, providing economic life, and helping the NHFDC is there, that is National Handicapped Finance Development Corporation, which is providing loan facility for setup of employment. So like this, cultural and recreation facilities, so everything. So central and state advisory boards is there to implement the policies. We'll have a regular meetings, and state chief commissioner and state commissioner is there, who will also be responsible for implementing the policies and rules. So if any violations happens for the persons with disabilities, there is punishment in the court also, that is 5 years imprisonment, and penalty is also there up to 20,000. So depends upon the violence, so the punishment is happening. And second thing I would like to stress upon here is that UN rights on the persons with disabilities, where India is also ratified in the 2000 year. So that is why we need to understand that human rights needs to be provided for the persons with disabilities, like right to protection, right to survival, right to development, right to participation, and we need to make them respect for the dignity, acceptance of a persons with disability as a part of human diversity, and treating them as humanity by providing opportunities, accessibility in transport, public places, and everything, supporting women and children with disabilities. So these are the important things we need to look after in the human rights. So it is here human rights says that United Nations has to implement these policies. India also ratified in 2007. By 2030, we need to get all the rights is told by UN General Assembly. And the next thing I would like to stress upon is National Disability Policy, which was framed in 2006, which focuses upon physical, educational, economic rehabilitation, and women and children with disabilities, and free environment, barrier-free environment, so employment and economic development. So we need to study all these things. So, and we need to implement these policies, which is very, very important. So regular information which social workers need to aware, because I said literatures are not much published. So we need to improve the quality of the rights of the persons with disabilities. And the last thing I would like to stress upon is the schemes which are there for the persons with disabilities. So different governments have different schemes actually for the persons with disabilities. There is a disability affairs department is there in central government, and in state governments it is coming under women and child department in some areas. In some ministries it is coming under social welfare department. So awareness campaigns needs to happen. So whenever there is a dropout of disabled children, we need to identify them and we have to provide them the education. We have to admit them in the school, provide scholarship, skill development, job facility we need to provide. So that is also there in the government. So 4% reservation is there in job, 5% reservation in the education, and GST rate, some concession is also there. A monthly pension is also provided. ADIP scheme is providing lot of aids and appliances such as walking stick, walkers, calipers, and all these things. NHFDC I said, so for Divyangjan, this scheme of financial facility is there. Legal guardianship is there. National award is there for the persons with disabilities. UDID card is there. So in some states there is a free bus pass and some other opportunities. So especially when I speak about the persons with blindness, whenever you see you need to help them by crossing the roads to them, or whenever you see them, you have to provide basic facilities, give opportunities, empathy, and braille we need to teach, mobility we need to learn, that is walking alone independently, computers, and all these things. So many facilities are there which needs to be implemented, which needs to be utilized, and make the person with disabilities to live a happy, independent, successful, sustainable life. Thereby we need to make him to pay the tax and make him to improve the standard of life. So this way I wanted to tell you that Rotary Bangalore Abilities is doing quite a lot of work. So I thank all of you for providing me this opportunity, and we can make that disabled friendly environment. And I thank Arun sir, who is coming next, actually will be presenting, and Ravindran sir especially encouraging us to present for the second time in this seminar is a great opportunity for us to give our inputs. So thank you sir for this opportunity. I am ready to take any question at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj sir, for explaining in detail about the role of social worker in disabilities, and also the PWD Act, which is very much essential and crucial for inclusion and also development of disabilities, fostering their abilities. Hope everyone got insights into both the role of social worker and also the PWD Act. So participants can unmute yourself and ask any queries.
Yeah, please.
This is a very important aspect we all need to know as social worker, or even as a common man, common person. Because inclusion happens only when we know what are the rights and what is the right way to include. When they are discriminated or when they are gone through, when they are isolated. Only with the awareness of such inclusion procedures, provisions, you would be able to accommodate everyone into the mainstream. Okay, Nagaraj sir, as of now, there are no queries.
Okay.
We will take up any queries at the end of the session.
Sure. Okay, sir.
Thank you for joining us and
Sure.
Contributing to the webinar, sir. Once
Thank you,
again,
sir.
appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Mary ma'am, kindly introduce our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rotarian Arun Mohan. He is a life member, wellness coach with the experience of 22 years in corporate sales. He is certified international coach. He started coaching and has helped a lot of people to live their lives by overcoming their fears. He's been the chairperson for public image, Rotary Bangalore Abilities. He has joined MSSI and soon became the governing council member and youth wing coordinator. He also became the face of invisible symptoms of MS in India. Consequently, he has got a walk to walk on the ramp on a couple of fashion shows. Today, he is known as the man with the walking stick. Welcome, Arun sir.
Thank you so much, Mary, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Ravindra ji sir and Mary for this opportunity to help or an opportunity to talk in front of so many people right now. I am, it came as a surprise when Mr. Patil was talking. I heard him and talk about social service, and I realized that I've been doing social service from probably my 12th standard. That was 25 years back. So I felt good that I had this opportunity and to help so many people live their lives the way they want to do. And I also got this opportunity I should say I was privileged to get into donating blood so many times. So maybe because of that I'm successfully sitting here today. Successfully as in I've been helped by so many wishes and blessings that I got in successfully overcoming the issues that I have. Now I would like to start the conversation with the what is it? Just a minute, I'll just put on the slideshow. I hope everybody can see this.
Yes, Arunji.
Oops, sorry. Okay, I want to start this conversation by saying to tell people about the disease called multiple sclerosis. But I would start my statement saying that John F. Kennedy once said, "Ask not what you have done for the country, or ask not what the country has done for you, but ask what you have done for the country." Similarly, I say not what MS has done to you, but say what you have done with MS. MS is nothing but multiple sclerosis. Now, to understand a little bit of MS, MS is autoimmune neurological disorder which a person goes through, where the brain, the spinal cord, and the optic nerves get affected. Now, basically, it is the central nervous system, the nerves which are sending signals to the brain and getting it back from them on telling what to do, is covered with a fatty substance called myelin sheath. Now, our own immune system attacks these myelin sheaths, and the signal that goes to the brain goes haywire. Now, just to give you a brief about what MS is all about, if you talk about the countries where MS, it's been, as of now, there is no they don't know why this immune system is eating our own central nervous system or eating our own myelin sheaths. Now, if you look at the places where MS is more prevalent, it's more the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, the more of the colder regions. But they say is as you go closer to the equator, the number of cases are lesser. Even though today, as of now, though we don't have official records, we know that there are close to 2 lakh people who suffer with this disease in India. And as part of MSSI, people who have registered with MSSI is close to 3,500. So these are the kind of variations where people are talking about, where the actual number says 2 lakh and the number of people who have registered with us are only 3,000. Now, if you look at what exactly happens with MS, is that the neurons which are sending out, interacting within themselves in the brain are covered with the signals. The neuron is covered with something called as a myelin sheath, which protects the body, the central nervous system. It is similar to it is very similar to the outer covering of a wire that we talk about. Inside the wire, you see so many copper wires, which the rubber cover is protecting the inside copper wires from short circuiting. But here, MS, what happens is the outer cover gets eaten up by our own immune system. So the signal that goes to the brain goes haywire. Now, where are the places that can affect the signals that come from the brain? It is the brain, which is the primary place where it gets affected. It is the speech, it is the liver and kidney which gets affected. It is the digestive system, not the liver and kidney, but it's the digestive system which get affected. It also it also affects your muscles, your hand, your legs, and your spinal cord. And one of the biggest places that it gets affected is your visionary issues. Now, just to give you an example, if you take a case like mine, I have visionary issues where where I have something called nystagmus, where my eyeballs are going right and left. And the other place that my MS is affecting me is my head. So I have tremor issues. So my head is going up and down. So all I see is things going in circles. So these are the primary places that, most people think that, why is this guy staring at things, and is he understanding? Is he not understanding? He's not reacting to what the brain is sending you signals which are telling you can react, you cannot react. So if I want to walk towards the right side, my leg, hands, everything moves to the right side. But the signal that comes from the brain says go to the left. So I walk to the right and to the left. What people see from outside is that I'm basically have a drunkard walk. Today my speech is clear. Maybe 4 years earlier, my speech was I used to slur so much that I used to slur, walk right and left, and people think that I was completely drunk. And this is the primary issues that people, where invisible symptoms are concerned. Now, what MS is not definitely contagious. It's not directly inherited. It's always severely disabling. It's not always severely disabling. Neither is it fatal. What MS will not stop you from is, it will not stop you from stop working. It will not stop you from doing things that people enjoy. And it does not stop you from having children. Now, this is these are the possibly symptoms that you can talk about. You can talk about numbness and tingling. You talk about dizziness. You talk about vision issues. You talk about pain. You talk about bladder dysfunction. You have bowel dysfunction, which is a problem. You could have walking disabilities. You could have weakness. You could have muscle spasms. You could have fatigue. You could go through, because of all these reasons, you could go through severe depression. It could lead to a cognitive dysfunctioning. So, sorry. So these are quite a few number of invisible symptoms that people go through. And when I talk about invisible symptoms, I'll probably play you a video if I can, which will tell you what are the kind of invisible symptoms that people. Now, I know I'm boasting about this, but then these photographs which were clicked of mine changed my life so much, because I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis close to 8 years back, and I was thinking I had a successful sales career of 22 years, which I had to let go of. And I was thinking everything was over. But then that is when I took my international certification of wellness, life coaching, and became a life wellness coach to talk to people and make people and, listen to people. And I started coaching and counseling people where to give them a hearing ear to people where they could talk about their problems and they could talk about their issues. This video, when it was, this photographs when it was taken, were just to show, it was exhibition which took place in Bangalore to showcase the invisible symptoms of MS. And when these photographs were created and when the photographs were taken, I became the face of invisible symptoms of MSSI, and people got to know me so much that people said, so what, he has got invisible symptoms, so what, he looks decent enough to showcase how he looks. And I got to do a couple of fashion shows because of this. And today I am known as the man with the walking stick, like what Mary had introduced me, because I use a walking aid to help me balance myself. So this is a brief story about myself, that this video, how this video changed my life. Now, what are the different types of MS? We talk about RRMS, which is that's relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. That is the most common form of multiple sclerosis which people are diagnosed with. Initially, they are diagnosed with RRMS, and as time goes by, it could progress, it could not progress, it need not progress. Now, when it progresses, it becomes secondary progressive multiple sclerosis. So the symptoms worse steadily over the period of time, with occasion of relapses and remissions happening more often. And when these relapses happens, the disability also increases with that. Now today, God forbid that it should happen to anybody, but then today I have walking. When I was diagnosed with MS, I never had walking issues with it. I had optic issues, but I never had walking issues. And then I steadily, slowly, but steadily, I had issues with walking, where I started using walking aid to support me in walking. The next stage, the next level or next stage that people get into is called the primary progressive MS. This type of MS is not very common, where the symptoms slowly worsen from where you started with, with what you have. And the third is progressive relapsing MS, which is kind of your disability becomes permanent, and you need to get used to the fact that you are going to remain disabled for life. Now, what we also found out that this disease affects women more than men. Now, if four women are affected with MS, there's only one man who's affected with MS. That's the kind of difference that where because the system that a woman goes through, it becomes a lot worse for women as they grow older, because it's like the psychological, not the psychological, the physical changes that happen, and mainly it happens with women after they give birth to their first child. That's when the entire system changes in the woman's body, and so it is the women who get more affected than the men. Now, they also found out that 15% of one or more family members or relatives who also might have MS, identical twins have 1 to 3 chances of getting MS. Now, what can people do to feel their best? The best, the biggest concern for MS is fatigue, and fatigue takes a toll on you like hell. It is like telling, you might sleep for 9 hours and get up like you have not slept for 5 days continuously. That's how tired you get. I primarily tell my own examples because I get tired after taking a shower. So that's how bad it is. So, tend to feel sleep throughout the night and say, oh, you've slept properly, and you get up in the morning and you could be dead tired, like you have not slept again and again. Now, what can people do to to feel the best? Like I said, eat balanced diet food, avoid heat, and drink a lot of water, where it avoids bladder issues, it avoids constipation. Follow the preventive health measures recommended to the age group. No, the one of the biggest issues. See, I'll tell you what happens is MS primarily attacks between the age of 20 and 40. So that's the youth period of your life, where you are used to, where you want to make a career, where you want to make a life ahead of you, where you have everything in store that you can do right now, where you can showcase yourself. When MS affects you at this age, you're not able to work, you're not able to earn money, you're not able to do anything what other friends of yours or people around you of your age are doing. So that becomes an emotional barrier for you. You go through severe depression, you go through anxiety issues, you go through, whatever, however positive you are, there is always there is always this fear inside you saying, am I going to get worse than what I am today? Now, it is how much you can, how positive you can remain, and how helpful you are to yourself. Now, what else can people do to feel the best? Reach out to support systems. Stay connected with others. Avoid isolation, because, like I said, you start feeling that you're not capable of doing anything. You're constantly said you are not good enough to do. You're not good enough to do anything. The best thing that you can do to avoid isolation and to avoid all your bad feelings is to stop yourself from not sharing what is the kind of problem you have. So this is where and this is something that I felt, when I listen to people, when I coach people, or when I consult people, when I listen to people's problems, I say, there are people who are going through worse than what you are. So you should feel happy that you're alive. You should be happy that you're, able to do things there are so many people who are not able to do things. There is something that I very strongly believe is, past is history, tomorrow is a mystery. Live today, which is the present, your life. Thank you so much, and I would be open to any questions that, if any questions are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arunji, for the wonderful presentation, giving the insights into MS and how you were able to manage yourself and overcome and take care of your well-being in spite of being affected by MS. Thank you. We really appreciate you for your courage and for your efforts that you stand out apart from having challenges and difficulties and motivating us, all of us. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourselves or raise your hand. You allow more. You have raised your hand. You have any query? You can unmute yourself. Okay, or you can type your query or comments in chat box. Okay. We will take up any queries. As of now, there are no queries.
Sure.
We will take up at the end of the sessions.
Sure.
Thank you once again for joining us, for your wonderful motivation. Now, I request Mary to introduce next speaker. I think you are the next speaker. No?
Sir, actually, I was.
No, you can go ahead because we are talking about gender inclusion and we don't have a woman speaker. That is again a big concern for us. So go ahead with your session. We have Mary Florence with us, and she is founder Cancer Charitable Trust and also speaker fundraiser. She is also a social worker. So she will be talking about her experiences and observations on women empowerment through Rotary clubs. So over to you, Mary.
Sir, I can share my experience with which I worked in Women and Child Department, the 2010 to 2012. There I was in the Women's Court. That time, the children who are done any offense below 18 years, they are put under Juvenile Justice Act, and the women also are done any criminal offense below 18 years. They are also put in that this one, and especially there is a management like probation officer, superintendent, and lineup goes there. They develop they give certain vocational training to develop. Bring back the children to normal level instead of putting them to this jail. It is a correctional setting where they mold, give lot of training, and then if they want to study any schooling, they drop out from schools and all, they put into government school. And if they are interested in vocational training, and some of them are even employed in big companies like Infosys, Wipro, and it was a very enriched experience to speak to each of the child, because they said, because we don't have proper parents today, we are here because my mother has married another person, and I don't have mother, so I'm in this situation, and my father has married a second wife, left my mother and me and my brother alone. So this is the reason I'm here today in this correctional center. And when I worked in remand home, which is in Madiwala in Bangalore, in where they are done criminal offense like below 18 years, like stealing, robbing, and all below 18 years. They told because of my father, he's a drunkard, he couldn't bring the money home for my mother and sister. So I went and robbed a scooter and a bike. So I got caught and I thought I can bring money through this. But through that, I have got caught. Actually, I have not come intentionally. I have not done, madam. But I have, because of my fate, I am here. So such institution, such learnings I had got from that women and child department. And it's a for every MSW is at least once in time we should see how the women and child department works for the development, and government of Karnataka is doing a lot for the children in institutions. It is training lot. They are put in Infosys, Wipro, and they are given for ladies. They are given the tailoring, and they have and some of the people who are physically sound and mentally sound. The women and child department have settled the young girls between 20 to 30 years. They only have found a guy, or they only have found a spouse for girl and boy, and they've conducted in a small chowdhury under the government of Karnataka expense, and calling all the probation officer from all the department, and the main IAS officer from MS Building Majestic will come and host the marriage. So that facilities and all women and child department have done in government of Karnataka. This all my experience, sir. Sir, I'm done with it. Kavindra, sir. Hi, sir. 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 Sir, I finished with any doubts or any clarifications. Anything I'm ready to answer, sir. Hello, Ravindra, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I have done, sir. What I experienced, I had 2 years, I had said to them.
You were so quick in concluding in 2 minutes. So nice of you.
Ravindra Saji, good morning. Can I ask question?
Yeah, ma'am. Please go ahead. Good morning.
Thank you. Sorry, I could not present my paper because of no time, sir. I have got many other commitments. Next time I will do it definitely. And Mary ma'am, I would like to ask you one question. I am also in the same boat. I am also doing same work. But I just want to know whether for this department, child and welfare, government is funding or what?
Yeah, everything, all the salary and all the children who are there in the juvenile home, right from the clothes to the basic necessities like toothbrush, everything, there 3 times food, and weekly 3 times non-veg, and all everyday egg is given. Everything is funded by the Karnataka government. And for this one, for ladies, they are given saris, all everything, and what and all necessities the ladies require, everything is funded by the government of Karnataka.
God bless. Here we don't get anything.
No, madam, here everybody is done by the MS Building, because I have gone for the head office. I had worked behind Nimans as in branch, but for meetings I had gone for MS Building. Government of Karnataka is doing very well in women and child.
We are not funding. We are doing on our own. They wanted sanitary.
We have gone to Prime Minister Modi also to approach for the women and child department to get the facilities.
On 21st, we have given sanitary napkins worth 15,000 because those ladies had a demand for sanitary napkins and they did not give. So we had to give through our Rotary, and it was a World Social Justice Day. I am also doing that only what you are doing. Same. children corrective under law.
Actually, last year, actually, I had gone for a lecture in Women and Child Department. There, they told during COVID time, the people who are normal, they are pregnant, no, from 3 months, who are working in department, like not probation officer, other grades, lower grades also, they are given from the 3rd month till the child is born, the 3 months, so much days leave, paid leave they are given, and they're given what and all nutrition is given for the child. And apart from this, they are given the COVID ration also.
So nice, God bless. Here they don't do anything. We only have to do
Actually,
it.
in MS building, the most the IAS officers Arundhati Deshpande, madam, she's doing she's a young lady, but she's doing an excellent job in government of Karnataka. Women and Child Department. Because
And
I
also-
always have touch with the Women and Child Department. Last Sunday, my madam spoke, na, probation officer.
Yes, yes, yes.
Worked under her, and we are called always. She calls me to speak as a guest because their local language is only required. Kannada.
I also spoke on legal awareness on 21st February because it was World Social Justice Day, na? So Central Jailer requested me to speak. I said, okay, I will speak, no doubt.
And I had worked under her, and she's continuously keeping touch with me. I left the department 2012, but she's keeping continuously. And every year I get the opportunity on Women's Day to be up as a guest for the Women and Child Department. This year also I got guest, but the function was on March 9th. 8th I didn't go, but 9th I had gone.
Yeah, for me also they felicitated.
Government of Karnataka is doing excellent work, madam.
Here, ma'am, a lot of problems. They don't give only anything. We only do have to provide. Now they are
And if
demanding.
they don't get it also, they go to a central level and approach Prime Minister Modi, and they write letters. And
now they are asking
excellent
T-shirts.
work, because I have continuously, I have 10 years. After I left also, I have 10 years contact with Women and Child Department behind Kidwai Hospital.
Now I have to give T-shirts next week because they don't have clothes to wear. So I have to give T-shirts. We are providing through our Rotary.
And they give nutrition food also, like breakfast is served by all vegetables. Then afternoon they given once rice, sambar, rasam, curds, fruit, and two palya. And evening is there for given snacks and one glass of milk. They don't give tea and coffee for the children. And night again they give chapati, two vegetable dish, and curds. And if anybody is drinking buttermilk, they give that also. Because I had gone with my madam for inspection of the Women and Child Department last Sunday. She had come, na, Vasinta Vijay Kumar madam.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for giving information. Here, nothing we get. We have to provide.
But I don't know, in government of Karnataka, MS building, Majestic, they're doing excellent work. And most of the women IAS officer are in the Women and Child only there. 5 people are there in the MS building, and here in behind Kidwai Hospital, there is one person. His name is Arun Jetli. He is the current for the Kidwai Hospital Women and Child branch office, head office. Lady is there, Arundhati.
Thank you very ma'am for giving so much information. God bless. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
And with respect to this funding, I mean, first criteria is we have to apply with the Women and Welfare Department through proper channel. And state government and central government also has various schemes.
Yeah, actually central and state is different, sir. Central is always Delhi board. Delhi, there is a main women center for Women and Child Department, Delhi. But here in Karnataka, Karnataka State Board is actually among all the Women and Child, Karnataka Women and Child Department is doing well among the south. That's what I got information last year when I went for Women's Day function. Among the South Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and Karnataka is doing excellent job.
Yeah, one reason being NIMHANS, it's a central government institute and a very premier institute. of programs that takes up in all ages to, I mean.
No, sir. Behind Kidwai Hospital, that is a state government institution. People who are worker, they are appointed through the KPSC exam, Karnataka Public Service Commission exam. Unless you cleared that, you can't be there in the post. If you cleared it, then only you can be in the post. Even a small temporary post requires that examination.
Yes, ma'am.
And you should be a master degree for that. And you should have cleared for a temporary project post also. You need that KPSC clearance. Otherwise, they are not appointed there.
Yeah. So government is proactive.
Yeah, and that it's doing very well, sir. Actually, in MS building, they do lot of projects, especially for women. They do lot of self-help groups, how women should be independent, 10 women in a group, and through that only they will collect money every month, and through that they do marriage, child's puberty function, or child naming ceremony. Everything happens in that group, and that loans are all given by Women and Child Department, MS building. And they go with the proposal from the behind Kidwai Hospital sub-center is the branch office. They go there and they get it approved all over Karnataka. Bangalore is the head office for all the districts in Karnataka, 19 districts in Karnataka.
Yeah, we need to approach these departments, especially. Yeah, there is a, difference between each state, how the department functions and how active or proactive the department is.
Actually, the main head for Women and Child is run by a male IAS officer, but the people who are working there are all women only, and all are passed through KPSC. Either they have done graduation and they've taken up the KPSC exam, otherwise they've done masters in sociology, economics, or history, and they've done KPSC and they've entered this department, even for a small post. Temporary post also. Actually, I cleared my KPSC in 2006 when I did MSW, sir. Then on that time only I cleared UGC NET and KPSC exam. That's how I got into it. I got 3 years temporary post, but in that I had a lot of learnings. The best department actually, and I improved in my Kannada language and writing skills. And moreover, I got a lot of wonderful friends in the Women and Child Department. Actually, my madam also came last month. Last week, she's a senior probation officer. Now also she's gone for Delhi things. Often she goes to Delhi Women and Child Welfare Department in the talks.
So basically, it's how the department works and how it is engaged.
Actually, sir, actually the children know from morning they're given timetable. Morning they should wake up at 6 o'clock. They start, they do all their brushing teeth, taking bath and all. Then it begins with the prayer song. Then they go for English training, English class, all maths class. Instead, the teachers are done DED, Diploma in Education. The teachers teach them from 1 o'clock. Then 1 o'clock they given lunch. Then 2 to 3 they are engaged in the activities like for boys ball and bat like that. And for girls they are given anything stitching, tailoring. They train them. So most of the girls are 12 years, 13 years who are in the campus. So not below than that. So then after when they reach that 10th standard, 16 years, they ask whether you're coming to this department for or you like to study further. They put in government colleges, sir, like Mitralaya, Home Science College, Central College. They appoint there. And after some people, they don't want to study, they give vocational training. And if no one is there, father, mother, no relatives, they settle them also. Like seeing boy, girl, like that, they settle. And in a government Chowdhury only, they're done with all the IAS officer, probation officer, the marriage is conducted, sir. I've gone to 2-3 marriages like that.
Thank you for sharing. And what about Rotary clubs, ma'am? You haven't talked much about women empowerment through Rotary clubs.
Sir, here we are doing an immense job, sir. Actually, Rotary Bangalore abilities, each member is excellent member, sir. Each one is doing a justice in their job. Like we have so much women members. Each one is club service director, youth service director. Each one is appointed to do their job. Each one are doing excellent. Actually, I'm new to Rotary, sir. 6 months from June. That's why I'm not so well versed the knowledge. But each one is doing excellent. 21 members, other 21 members are doing the excellent job. I get so inspired seeing them, sir. I'm very inspired of my club doing the members. And I'm still in the learning process. That's why I'm not able to tell more information. So I'm still learning, sir. But each one is right from speaker session or interact club, Rotary club. Everything is so excellent in our club. So, and recently, Arvind sir had got the best president award last Saturday. So that is one highlight, sir.
I would like to answer Mary Florence that question which you are asking about empowerment of women with disabilities. Basically, in our club, 22 members are there, and in that around 11 persons are women with disabilities, and other persons are also there. And next year, actually, our president and secretary will be women only. And basically for women empowerment, we have done lots of activities like women awards. We give every year, we give awards for the achievers. So in that this year around 3 to 4 women we selected, and they're all super ordinary achievers. One. Then on Gauri Ganesha festival, they give Kunkuma Bhagya, like the sari and bangles and all these things for the women Rotarians. And women take the lead in especially our president-elect, who will be president next coming year, Kranti. She is a woman president, and we had one more president, Anandi Vishwanathan. So wherein we did lots of works like employment opportunities and providing education, and we have set up one person under Vyapari Mitra. We have provided the entrepreneurial developmental work in the Rotary, so that that person is actually self-employed, and she's earning her own livelihood. And some of the women auto drivers, we provided umbrellas where they have a shop actually. For the shop, in the shop they have to stand and they have to work in the sunny area. So for that, even we are going to give this to Mobility India, some women also, which we are planning. So like this, lot of whenever things arises, any issues comes, we give more focus on the women only. So next secretary will also be women, Chandana. So now she is taken initiative of youth service director. So she has actually taken initiative in forming Interact Club and Rotary Club. So it's a very important, it's a part wing of Rotary abilities. So they are also instrumental. They're doing quite a lot of empowerment things, and making the women to lead a independent life. They are the role model and inspiration, sir. That is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for giving insights. So do we have any, Mary, do you have any Rotarians to share their observations from your club, apart from the one who spoke? You can just check in the participant list and invite them also.
That's on the call.
Do you have any other members from?
Sir, from our club, Chandana, next year secretary, no, sir. She's there on the call. You can invite her, sir. She'll call, she'll speak.
Chandana Chandrasekhar.
Yeah, Chandana Chandrasekhar.
Okay. Now we invite Chandana Chandrasekhar to kindly share her observations. So you can unmute yourself. Chandana, kindly unmute yourself. Sorry, mute yourself.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but there is a lot of, am I audible?
Yes, please go.
Yeah, so, hi everybody, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. This is Chandana. So I'm currently working in Ernst & Young as a senior associate, and I'm part of Rotary. Right now, I'm the youth service director at Rotary, and for the next year, I'm the secretary-elect. So this entire program was very well organized. I had joined the meeting at 10:30. So all the speakers really gave wonderful insights, very thoughtful and very informative speaker sessions from B.T. Patel sir to Nagraj sir, Arun, and Mary ma'am also gave us a lot of insights. So overall, it was a very informative session. It was like a food for thought on a Sunday. So thank you so much.
Ma'am, if you have some time, can you describe about various activities that you are doing in Rotary Abilities so that participants will know about them briefly?
So basically I am the youth service director. So I completely work on youth avenues in Rotary, like Rotary Bangalore Abilities. So till now, we have started a Rotaract club, that is a club for students between the ages of 18 and 35. So people, students who are studying can, they come under the Rotaract club. And for students who are below 18, like for example, from 12 to 18, so they are school going students, and for them, we have an Interact club. So from Rotary Bangalore Abilities, we have one Interact club, that is Interact Club of Rotary Bangalore Abilities. And we have a Rotaract club, that is a Rotaract club of United Mission Degree College, so which we recently started. So basically, what we do is we help students, work, do some social event. So to inculcate that social work enthusiasm in them. So that's what we build, that social work enthusiasm in them to do some social work, or to motivate them to help others, stuff like that. And we organize a lot of webinars, speaker sessions to help them get inspired and work for the society. That is about it. Thank you. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Participants can unmute yourself or raise your hand if you have any queries. This is a very good opportunity to know about Rotary Bangalore Abilities. So feel free to ask any queries or any, if you want to give any comments also.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, sir. I am Nagendra Kishore Sankara. I am a Rotarian, past president of Rotary Club of Rajahmundry River City, Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, kindly go ahead with your query or comments.
I'm a Sports Quota Recreation Food Corporation of India, and I visited. I'm proud to say that I visited Rotary One, the first Rotary Club in the world. And basically, we have been doing, as the president of Sproha Psychology Alumni Association of Adhikavi Nana University, we are doing some inclusive studies also. I am being a table tennis player. I'm coaching a autism spectrum student on table tennis. So that inclusive education we are done through myself and through Rotary. I have a wonderful experience to share with you all, madam. I appreciate you, the Rotary abilities for the services which you are rendering. I could see your commitment, your integrity, and your dedicated approach towards that. And really happy, and I congratulate you all. We have done, as a psychologist and as a sportsman, we have done a inclusive study. We went to a dumb and deaf school in Rajahmundry. We got students from juvenile school, one. Second, we got students from orphanage, and we have conducted some running race and all. So in that, we could see that after some time, nobody was speaking because they wanted to mingle with dumb and deaf. They were so inclusive that they all could participate among themselves. They could introduce themselves, and they are doing the science language also. So this is a wonderful inclusion. And secondly, for the I used to call it, for the postgraduate students and the disability students, the crux of the problem is sedentary lifestyle. People are glued to cell phones. People are accustomed to have a screen time. And likewise, disabled students, disabled persons with disability, they need regular physical activity, number one. Second is that most of them, even many of us, who are not aware of the necessity of vitamin D, seeing sun god, they have to inculcate that habit. And thirdly, I appreciate Dr. Ravindra sir for all his interventions, because it's an extempore interactive session. So the physical activity levels have to be taken care at all the ages, because schools in compartments, schools in apartments, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. schools, no physical activity. See, this is the crux of the problem. As a Rotarian and as a service warriors, we as Rotarians, we have to see this also. Physical literacy has to be increased. Thank you very much, Madam, Mary Florence Freda, Madam, and all others for your excellent interventions. I am in Bangalore till 2nd April. If any chance, I would like to come to your club. When is your club meeting, Madam?
It happens on
online.
Thursdays.
Online only. Okay.
Online on Thursdays.
Okay, I'm here till 2nd February. I'm a sports and community psychologist and regional coordinator for community psychology for Asia of APA division, madam. Thank you very much, Ravindra sir, and all of you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insights and about your club activities at your club, and also for the appreciation for the Rotary Abilities Bangalore. Anyone else would like to have any clarification or want to leave comments? You can feel free to unmute yourself. Or you can raise your hand. You can unmute you. So Mary ma'am, anyone else from our club in the participant list, you can invite them. Okay. Then I think as Nagaraj ji has already covered about PWD Act, I thought of covering that. So it has been already covered. So thanks to Nagaraj ji. So we will, if no one else is there, no clarifications are there, then we can conclude, I think. Mary ma'am, shall we join again after lunch or shall we conclude? Any members going to join?
No, sir. Not anybody, sir.
Okay.
Nobody is there to join, sir. Actually, I was searching on the list of Arvind, sir. So, if Arvind, sir, could speak.
Okay, then we do, as we have time, we can.
No, sir, he is not there on the call.
Okay, if Arunji or Nagarajji, if you want to share few more things, as we have time, you can go ahead if you want to share something.
Yeah, so good afternoon once again. When I was speaking about this Disability Act and rights and everything, social workers' role. So what I want to tell these social work students basically is when you wanted to study about this field of disability, I think a lot of literatures we need actually, because it is not enough. As I say, when I was a lecturer in Larvin College and Bangalore City College before joining the bank, I used to encourage 1 or 2 students to take up dissertation on disability issues. So they used to take it and we used to keep those books, and we are making others to make it available. So when you say this, this 21 types of disabilities which they made, like blind, low vision, leprosy cured, locomotor disabilities, dwarfism, intellectual disabilities, mental illness, cerebral palsy, or specific learning disabilities, speech and language disabilities, right?
Multiple sclerosis also, Nagaraj.
Multiple sclerosis and autism and dystrophy, I think. No, so some new words: acid attacks disabilities, hemophilia. So many new things are there. So I request all of you, multiple disability. So because more than 2 kinds of disabilities people are having, thalassemia and hemophilia. As Arun spoke about this multiple sclerosis, so very important to study all this chronological condition. So all these things, you know, this kind of disabilities we need to stress upon, and we need a detailed study. So that is why there is a chapter on research and development also in the 17 chapters. So that is why I want someone to look into it, that is compare this 1995 Disability Act and 2016 Persons with Disability Rights. And when all these things are implemented in a systematic way and reach the benefits directly to the persons with disabilities, and through that inclusion happens, definitely the society, the Sustainable Development Agenda is there in 2030. Which is looking in international way also. So that is why we have to focus that, where I want to tell you, I am watching a movie today, or I am going to shop and do the shopping. And when all people looks at it, definitely the sectoral development will happen in a very big way. And especially the social workers needs to, kindly concentrate on this area in a bigger way. Because I see the government is not done a lot of budget allocation for this sector. I think this needs to happen in a bigger way, so that lot of things will improve. Because middle blindness is happening nowadays a lot, more than birth blindness was happening when we were at our times. So, and these things we need to concentrate. Health more, we have to focus on our health and medicines and nutrition. So that is what I wanted to give my opinion, sir. Thank you.
Ravindra ji, can I say a few lines?
Sure. Please go ahead. This day is for you only.
I gave you all a brief about multiple sclerosis, but I want to make a request to everybody present out here. We need to create more awareness about multiple sclerosis because of which the actual number of people who are diagnosed and showcased outside is very limited, because of which half the benefits, not half, most of the benefits that people get out for every other disability is not given to multiple sclerosis, because there are not many people who are able to come out in the open and say they have a disease called multiple sclerosis. Say, for example, multiple sclerosis is probably the only disease which is not covered under insurance anywhere across India. No insurance company cover multiple sclerosis as a disease. So, that is primarily because the awareness of this disease is very, very minimum or minuscule, that you can say. People are not aware about what MS is all about, and people do not know what are the problems that MS people face. One of the reasons, because it is primarily because of the invisible symptoms of MS. Probably when I showcased in the video also, I look like a normal human being, but when I start talking or when I start walking, is people realize that I have an issue. Otherwise, I look like a perfectly normal human being. I'll give you an example. When I was about to, when I wanted to apply for a disability certificate also, I went to the hospital, and the receptionist there says that you look perfectly all right. For what you want disability certificate? I said I have multiple sclerosis. And they said, no, but you look perfectly all right. No, the effect is in the spinal cord. He said, no, I can't see anything. So that is the standard answer that people get, where until unless you can see, or it's obvious that you have an issue, people do not consider you to be a disabled. So MS is one of the biggest problems that the youth of this country, and India is supposed to be a country which is filled with young people, and this is a disease which affects the young people. So we need more and more awareness, so that more and more people come out and say, and they need to show themselves out that they have MS. One of the things that we at MSSI did was, when we started doing this advocacy, we started telling people about MS, and the youth is having issues. And when we were doing a survey, we found out that there are children at the age of 10 who were diagnosed with MS, but they don't know what the issue is. So this is how bad the scenario can be across India. So I humbly request everybody out here, saying that, at probably every given opportunity that we have, if we can talk about multiple sclerosis and tell them what it is all about, it would be very helpful to everybody who is suffering with it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunji, for sharing. Yes, there is a greater need to create more awareness on these disabilities. But I think we need to go have a strategy and multiple strategies to reach the masses and to create more awareness. We'll try whenever there is an opportunity to include you also to the part of the program, so that maybe that can inspire more audience and create more awareness as well. So thank you for joining us once again.
Sure, Ravindraji. Thank you so much for this opportunity to let me tell people what MS is all about. It will definitely help a lot of people understanding what this disease is all about.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute and ask. This is time for discussion. Feel free to comment or ask or clarify. Okay, I have, then if no one has any clarification, okay, then let me take some inputs from the speakers itself. Now I will request the last spoken Narunji.
Yes.
What is that you are looking forward from the government or the public? What can be done to make this a better place? What is that you are expecting as Arun? What is that you are expecting from the government or from the public or from the citizens of the world to make this a better place for an inclusive, sustainable society?
Oh, yes. If you ask me my personal opinion, I want people, people should come out and, not to hide anything within themselves. If they have a problem, just talk it out. And believe me, there is the entire world which is willing to listen to you and say, talk to me, and you have a helping ear that we can talk about. Now, we also, if you ask me, the kind of awareness that is required for telling people what MS is all about, it requires a huge help from every person in the society to tell or to make somebody else understand what, there is something called MS which exists, and there is something which which is not visible to your regular eye, and which could be a huge issue for this person. I remember, during the meeting last time, I'm not too sure who was the person, but there was a lady who said, I never knew this disease called MS existed itself. So that is how much information is required to be given. So wherever there is an opportunity where you can spread this information, and probably if it's required, you want me to talk about it, I would be helpful, and probably from anybody from MSSI is also willing to come out and talk. We have around about 9 chapters across India, where we talk about Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Trivandrum, Pune. So now Indore, in fact, Indore and Calcutta. Now these are the places where we have our offices, and any of these locations where if anybody requires any information, we are all there to give out this kind of information and probably help us spread this awareness with people that there is something called multiple sclerosis, and it hits the youth. which is not acceptable to the youth itself, because that is your prime age when you start working and when your life begins, and you are diagnosed with MS. You go through a very, very depressing situation. So it's a humble request to everybody, saying that if everybody could help us create awareness in telling people what MS is all about, it'll be extremely helpful. Because we have tried, when the government is concerned, we have tried with every company to talk about insurance for MS, and they say it is not feasible for an insurance company to deal with something like MS, because you do not know what happens next. So tomorrow morning I could go blind, tomorrow morning I could go deaf, tomorrow morning I could be paralyzed. But with the right intervention, within 5-6 days, I'm back in action again. So MS, you never know what hits when. So insurance companies are not willing to look at MS as a issue where they talk about critical care awareness, they talk about critical insurance, they talk about heart attack, they talk about cancer, they talk about everything, because it's probably one-time payment that they need to. MS, you don't know what will happen when. So I request everybody to kindly help us to help everybody understand what MS is and bring it out in the open. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Arun. Now the same question goes to Nagaraj as well. Nagaraj ji.
Sir, can you repeat the question once again?
Okay. So what is that you are expecting from the government and the citizens of the world to make this a better place, to be an inclusive and sustainable society?
Okay. See, from the government or the people, whoever are the NGOs and whoever is working for the community of disabilities or whichever type of disability it may be, what I want to stress upon here is we always blame, this is not doing, that is not doing, that's not happening, this is not happening. So when we take the leadership and when we take the initiative and when we work hard, definitely we will get the success. And always, for example, I will tell you, when I was a student, I was telling in the school, this sambar is not good, that is not good. So, but I came for the purpose of study and achieve my goal. So when these things are small things happens, so we need to, sometimes we should ask, when we ask, we will definitely get, as Arun stated. And second thing is, instead of blaming others, we should take our own initiative. So when there was a problem of job vacancies during our, when I was a secretary of National Federation of Blind, we used to do protest on the roads. We used to do posting on the roads. We used to go to different villages. And when I was doing my MSW, I even slept in the bus stands also, because when I was able to reach to the villages, there was no bus actually back to Bangalore. So those days, I used to experience all these things. I wanted to be, because we are there to learn, we are there to improve, we are there to, do things. But what society should also, in fact, try to do is, whenever they see the kind of things, when some injustice happening, they have to give the justice to the persons with disabilities. We see a lot of discriminations, we see a lot of violences, we see, so someone should ask in parliament, how many ministers are there for the persons with disabilities? Our assembly. So we say Jaipal Reddy was there once upon a time, and there was so many things, so many ways we see the people who are less in number. So we need to, we should have the access to we should contest in election. We should, take up the responsibility in economic way. So how many entrepreneurs are there with persons with disabilities? Very few. I think lots of people should come up, and we should, become a role model to others also, instead of always saying this is not happening, that is not happening. So definitely it will happen when we take up that responsibility, when we take up the leadership, when we take the initiative. So we can show. So like last year, I was the president of Rotary Bangalore Abilities. I didn't expect. So when we could able to do lots of activities, and why I have the interest of doing this tree plantation, because when society is contributing, why we can also contribute from our side whatever possible to great extent. So this way, so when we go on with the movement, when we ourselves empower, and when we try to help others, we will feel very much happy, very much satisfaction, and we will become the role model. And in fact, in future also, so this kind of seminars also is making us all come together, discuss our challenges, and make some changes, and definitely we can implement certain things in our areas, whatever way it is possible. So mainly accessibility is very important, because whenever we are going on the roads, we fall into the fits when there is a big well or something open, we will not be knowing, and we get a lot of hurt. And those things, actually some public needs to be aware, and the sensitivity towards our community whenever there is programs happening should happen. So everywhere ramps should be there for us to walk easily, move around. So this kind of awareness very much required, sir. That is what I look for. I wanted to stress.
Yeah, Nagaraj, you are muted.
Yes, sir. I could, whatever ideas I had, I have shared it, sir. Definitely.
Thank you for contribution. And, do we have any other speakers on board? Mary, can you just check?
No, sir. No, sir. Nobody.
We have an HR resource person. Let's see if we can add something to this. Ravichandran ji. Ravichandran ji.
Yes, I'm available, sir.
Yeah, so I think you are listening to all these things, na?
Yeah, I was going through all the communication, especially and dumbfounded on Arun Mohan.
Yeah, so what is your observation as an HR professional, being since long time in HR industry? So how do you see what kind of what percentage or what kind of treatment or what kind of employment opportunities are there for disabled population in the country, or how do you see yourself as a HR towards disabled or disabilities? So can you share your observations or insights on this? Or what kind of challenges you face when you try to hire, or when you have hired a person with disabilities, so that Arun and Nagaraj can give their insights or their inputs as well, so that you can share with other HR communities as well. Yeah,
well, it's all my thanks and honor really given to me to participate along with you all people. I would like to thank every individual who's over here. As such, of my background of experience, I come across more relevant to the employment industry, making people to career progression, all kind. Parallelly, I have a highest network among the groups of certain very specific modesty among political bureaus and political understanding people, especially in their requirements as such, like Arun Kumar was talking his sense of, let me tell you, I don't want to point any political party over here because I don't want to carry anything, political indifferences. But my initial, it's all my personal opinion, and I want to take not much time. You allocate time, I will go with it. I'm taking care on the time also. When I started my own, understanding what is NGO, non-governmental organization, why do these NGO, we all in our mind, every individuals have got the liberty of getting into NGO because we feel sad about them. So we try to give the right sense to the disability, we call it by, but again, we call it by ability today because they are quite able, man. And that sixth sense works much, much better than of able people. Because their disability, again, ability people they are, their sixth sense works much better than the common people. You close your eyes. I have given my workshop. I give them a 15 minutes exercise to keep their eyes closed and we kerchief them. We keep their eyes blind, giving a kerchief closed and make them to walk around. Then their sixth sense of the entire environment works. They can even listen. The voice, even you don't open, and what you think. The blind man or they have the sixth sense actually. Every disabled, we call it by the word, but they have the highest potential behind, which works all the time across in their life. So that same sense, we don't have it actually. When we have our entire connect is there. Because there is the 1 lakh there, we don't have that, and their ability works on those ground phenomenally in a bigger way. Okay, I have interacted several people, especially I had my similar experience when I was sitting with one phenomenon figure at Delhi. I don't want to point it over here. I was sitting with him. A sudden one lady entered in. He's a quite common politician. Allowed anybody walk into his office, anything can be asked. I stayed with him for almost 50 days from morning to night. That means I stayed along with him at his home. Not to point name of him. Since I'm a HR man, I was sitting in this Mohalla Sabha along with him. A person came in front of me. His mother was close to him. He asked, she was asking, you give me employment for my son. For my son. The boy face, you could not see him. You cannot see at his face, not beyond 5 seconds. Beyond 5 seconds, you cannot view his figure because the entire face was disfigured. She was not asking anything, give me this and give me that, the mother. She was asking, help us in what way? And the the minister, ए रवि ये करना क्या यार भाई, ये तो ऐसे हालत तुम्हें खड़ा है, कुछ आइडिया है? तू एचआर का लड़का है. We were talking so in a I always talk in a very informal way. I don't go with the very formal dialogues to every one at every stage. I thought for hardly 60 seconds. I could see his face, the boy who's standing, his entire body was in a totally, because of his, the birth and reasons of various reasons, his acid attack, something like, I said, let me think. Then I said, after 60 seconds, you give him an employment in all petrol pumps, this boy should fill the petrol. That's it. The boy should fill the petrol. Let anybody come, fill the petrol, look at his face if he can. Hardly 5 seconds, take the petrol and run away. If he's so, make everywhere something in order kind. All petrol pumps should engage these kind of boys, bodily affected, and who would certainly get money. The mother will get money and feeding off. I don't know. The practice came. He said, "Hey, yaar, Ravi, tu सोच के नौकरी दिलवा दिया है. चल ठीक है, make it potentially delivered at every place as possibly. Especially take boys and girls, make them fill all the petrol pumps. These boys should carry the gun of the petrol pump. The over comes. He is not going to the restaurant. He is only looking for his essential of petrol. Whoever is in front of him, he will not avoid him, because those figures are not given employment anywhere, any kind. Even he cannot enter into temple, he cannot enter into charity, he cannot enter into anywhere, because the boy is supposed to be there for permanent. So I am very sure the petrol, whoever is taking, he is going to take petrol one day. Let him give the job. तो दिलवा दो, कुछ ना कुछ करवा दो. लड़का के नौकरी तो मिलना है ना, 4,000 5,000. Certainly is going to get the emolument. So that was my experience. This is one kind I could immediately put across as my experience. But I'm sure there are certain companies like TCS, they have things. Central government, they have things. There are certain resources, big corporates. They allow taking, photocopier machine dealing, certain things managing, all kinds. But at last, they are not given with the right spirit among the common crowd. Common crowd fight for their own common needs, and they may manage things along with certain sets of people. But at last, staying disabled, live with the able. We all can talk in a good language and good cosmetic words of throwing on, lip service, but it's practically very difficult to come across. In India, let me tell you, especially in India, nowhere in India, I would say, I'm very challenging on anybody of your people, maybe you can say it. I never seen a blind people walking on road and doing their own selling businesses. Anywhere in Rajasthan, you could not even view a single blind man. You can even switch on my camera, sir, if it requires so, sir, Dr. Ravi. Well, okay.
So, Arunji or Nagarajji, would you like to comment?
Ravinder sir, first of all, thank you so much for the insights that you gave. I'll tell you where the issue for, especially for multiple sclerosis is. All we require is reasonable accommodation kind of atmosphere. That is all that we require. But today, corporates are not willing to give jobs for these people. That is one. Two, what also happens is these people, it is not that they're born with this disorder, or they uh, got so used to from their school and college's life to go through this. They have gone through this at a very youthful age of working that you talk about. Say, for example, I have around about 22 years of sales experience. Now, if you were to ask me to work in sales in some organization, it becomes difficult for me because I can't go out. I find it difficult for me to walk itself. Now, but if you were to ask me to do tele-sales calling, maybe I would be able to speak and I would be able to talk to people. Now, these are the reasonable accommodations what people are looking on for. Where you never know what will happen tomorrow, and you never know, say we have a person who is working for public PUC. What do you call that? Public. I'm not getting that name. Sorry about that. So when he works for a company like that, they public understanding of public works that you talk about, they are not willing to accept you that you might require leave or you're not feeling well because I look so normal, and why do you require leave? So in fact, I've been in selling HR for staffing services for around about 5 years. So I know how the HR services work. People are just not willing to accept the way.
They don't accept in business. In business design, nothing is accepted unless until you give the productivity of research.
Yes. Yes.
They don't. They are not the hub of that far. They do not want to run any charity.
Correct.
Business is not a charity. A word connects.
Correct.
Yeah. Even he fails, he himself got into the same trouble. He will be eliminated. Okay. So it is it's a different module overall. So we need to really understand ourselves rather. They can only run the show of peace for some days as a demonstrating design.
Yes.
But they will, because gradually they'll go to their own knowledge of understanding. Rather, education, knowledge, understanding, all got a highest gap wide. So they don't care about, they have to think for their, yes, it's a human instinct, actually.
Absolutely right. Because what happens is, like I said, working in staffing industry, I know what a permanent job is and a contract job is. People, the moment you say you're a contract job, you're paid, probably half the salary of what a permanent guy gets. But across the globe, it is the contract people who get much more paid than the permanent workers who are there. But
it's a wrong information. I'm sorry to interrupt in the middle.
Sure.
Do not take it in that way. Contractors are getting more and you are paid off the car. Nothing, not like that. It's not a reality. I can give you all. Sorry to say
no,
this.
I guess there was a miscommunication which happened. I said contractors are not paid as much as, today if you ask a person you want a job, he says, yes, I want a government job. Why? Because, whether the person works or doesn't work, he still has a job. When he talks about private jobs, yes, the payments might be higher, but their job is insecure. So people in India, especially, we are talking about security level, that, how secure your job is. That's where the issue comes in. The moment you become disabled, you are considered that, you are there today and you're paid half of what your salary is. In spite of whatever talent that you have, you just will not get back the same salary, or you will not get back the same kind of responsibilities what you held earlier. So that's what disability is all about. That's when I call it disability, where where you talk about saying that I might not be able to do the same kind of work that I used to do earlier, but I am capable of thinking the same way what I used to think earlier. So that's where my little thought.
Arun sir, let me tell you, if you are relevant to the business where you are in, you are experienced in the sales, certainly the industry domain I need to know, subject to the similarity of the industry.
Okay.
It has got its backend and operational supports.
True.
Okay, without the backend, the front end selling people may not be, certainly not possible to operate independently.
Very true.
Okay. So assuming of your own industry, I don't know what industry you are. If you are saying, what's your industry? Sorry.
I have, like I said, I've been working in different kinds of industry. Now, since I'm not able to work, I am a life coach. I coach from sitting at home.
Okay. And in case you want to engage in the knowledge where you are carrying for the years together, certain things are not common available. Yes, okay. So assuming I say logistics industry, anything for the matter, exactly I don't know which industry you are coming from, where you are more knowledge in selling. Are you in a common platform of sales of any technology, or what technology?
I've been into sales where
what sales? What product sales? What product sales?
I have worked for a bank. I've worked for a sports education, sports curriculum sales that you talk about. I've worked for companies like which were into food coupons. I was into.
Okay. So in this case, I can straight away quickly pointing you the education. Education is the right choice for you, in my knowledge, understanding, quick throwing on to you.
Okay.
Okay, because that industry has got the highest amount of value addition in the web program, a lot of online studies, everything.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Now I can even say Extra Marks is a company where I was consulting them for various sales requirements I've handled. You just go through your website, you'll find out. There you may not be necessary to go meet sales. You can over phone. But again, I suggest don't go to sales. It is quite difficult if you feel it otherwise. Go to the operation of their business sales team. Each sales has got a team worth of 5 members, 6 members.
True.
For them, it requires a lot of databases, matrix inputs. So you never go to the front end, always go behind the screen work. Every sales front man having a screen behind, there is a team called operation, channel support, the data inputs providing, other clients' competitive environment, what are the other competitors? Like many companies, like you could be knowing Biju is the big name brand, they are carrying across. But those all names are because of the marketing. They are marketing with Amitabh Bachchan and Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan advertisement. What way they are relevant to, nobody knows. Nothing we know. No way they are qualified of anything, but they are all coming on screen. Baiju is selling through Shah Rukh.
Shah Rukh Khan.
What way Shah Rukh is concerned? Again, the same Shah Rukh selling the play card game. Don't go into this game. You will be a serious loser. That's playing cards, the rummy games. Okay, so they are all a design of monkeys to dance for any floors, and he himself says it. Why I'm saying it quickly means to catch hold of the points. They are all celebrities trying to sell. The boy who does not educate himself at certain age, so he looks at Salman Khan. He is getting sold in Baiju at last. Finish. Now,
absolutely.
Okay. Now, what I would say is, you go to the behind of these screen works like Extra Marks, even the Baiju has, go with them, ask them, I'm ready to work back-end work, providing a lot of inputs about which institution, what way I can support you the data, where you can sell your product by much better way, again with the Salman Khan support, you can say that. Okay, so you go with it. And operation work, education, since you said it, if you are so relevant to one industry, for long time you spend, assuming nothing lesser than 5 years. You work for 1 year, 2 years, they won't consider. That's a problem. 5 years, you spend some time, some company, like a food mark you said. Again, food has got a Sodexo coupon. I know it.
Yeah, I was working for Sodexo only.
Yeah, then you worked in Sodexo. Okay, Sodexo is the one we introduced it in when I was working in Bharti Airtel when I was in Delhi. The Sodexo is the first coupon we introduced to our office. Previously, there was another one big prominent that's died earlier.
Accord.
Before to Sodexo, Flipkart or something. Yeah.
Accord.
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 Okay. Fine. So you go, in case you spend long time with them, ask them operation job. I'm very, very active. I can work for. You try to be a common man. You will get a job. If you show your things of what happens is these people always eliminate. That is the eliminating round every HR has got. We have a doubt, we immediately eliminate them because they are troublemakers over a period of time. We help them. Let me tell you frankly, we help several people, but they don't honor it. They don't honor it. They are like job hoppers. I have come across 25, even much higher, 35% people are job hoppers. Mean they look for their own benefits and no benefits. When he was not employed, we give him a job. The moment he gets a job, immediately he runs with another third month, he go for the employment.
Very true.
So nobody is having a trust for their own life itself. So how you can expect them to deliver at the market?
Very true.
And the client corporate, no, they don't care about anybody. The employee, they wrong words I would rather say, but they show their spoil show by next couple of months itself.
Correct.
So nobody is carrying any trust between here. So I suggest you go to the specific domain, ask for operation support where I can support either from home base or office visit base. I hope you can have your changes for a product. Hope I could complete.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the invaluable advice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravichandranji. And also thank you, Arunji. Nagarajji, would you like to comment on this?
I think what Ravichandran sir said and what Arun has stated, all I agree upon. And what I want to share my experience is when we want a job, actually we have to compete. We have to fight for that, and definitely we will get it. We should keep on applying. As per my job experience, which I would like to state upon here is that when I got my MSW completed, I immediately started searching for the jobs in different places. My resume I was giving. So everywhere they were telling that you can't get job, you will not get, we can't hire you and all. So finally, once I went to the college, one of the college where I gave a demo, around 10 people attended and I was also one of them. So I presented, they liked my presentation and they immediately appointed me as a faculty in one of the college, Lorvin College. So where I worked, I used to travel very long distance every day, 4 hours, 3 hours for coming, 3 hours for going. And I was working for start with first my salary was very less, but still I'm very happy to work. So after that, it's keep on raising. And then I was in the private job, I was keep on applying for the government job. So I said, I have written more than 150 exams or so. So when I got a job finally in State Bank of Mysore that time as a clerical, I just went off. I thought MSW, even though I finished, I got some government job, I just went off. And 2012, I appointed there. So there also they gave me the job. And in 2015, I got the promotion. I became an probationary trainee officer. And in 2017, I became an assistant manager. And in 2019, I became a deputy manager. And next year, I'm getting a promotion as a manager. So where I should thank our bank that they have provided me such a facilities, infrastructure, and I'm a promise, whatever promise they are asking me to fulfill, I am doing it successfully. So they are very happy about it. So they have provided me JAWS and NVDA software. Through that, I'm able to work and perform very well. When I was a lecturer also, I used to prepare my classes and studying up to night 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and get thorough in my subject. And I was, teaching the class. So even in the bank also, whatever their expectations are there, I'm fulfilling. Like my intention is the rupee earned is rupee recovered. One NPA, actually, I wanted to recover one amount, at least one person I want to, if I talk to 100 people, at least some 5-10 people have paid their loans, dues. So that I'm making sure and going. So that satisfaction I'm getting because bank is paying everything to me. So that is why I have to fulfill it. So that is my promise and I'm doing it successfully and I'm getting a good result. I'm getting good appreciation from my colleagues and all my staff, everything. So what I want to tell is HR related thing. So there is a CSR that everyone, they have to recruit at least some 3% of the people with disabilities in the sector, and promotion also cannot be denied, and all these facilities to be given. So all this is happening, and wherever there is loopholes coming, we have to interfere it and we have to make the things to happen in our direction. That is one thing. Second thing is, even we have to do a lot of this job mela, Udyoga Mela, something like that. And from Rotary also, we would like to do it in future. And definitely we will have a contact with so many companies. We will keep it, and we will definitely promise that we will hire some of the people. We can make sure that we can definitely support in this aspect. Maybe, after a few years, I think definitely lots of people with disabilities will get employment only when we take up these challenges and when we use our knowledge, skill, attitude, and our outlook and sense of dress, everything, whatever these things is required for this society and community. And the attitude will definitely improve it upon the right direction. Only when we put in our efforts, definitely there is a success. That's what I believe in, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj. Yeah, employment is always a competitive effort, and being specially abled is again more challenging task to meet the requirements. As already Ravichandranji and Arunji has already mentioned, even Nagaraj has mentioned, a lot of challenges are there for everyone, not only for all kinds of jobs, but matching to the requirements, job requirements or job profile is what more needed. In spite of hardships, Nagaraj could match his skills and aptitude towards the job requirements, and he was very successful. Though hardships are comparatively more, but we have seen that he has been very successful in his efforts. That is what required. So hope these deliberations will take us for a better future, and in might be a few of the participants who are attending can share this information to others as well, through which we can create more awareness. And we will try to include today. Actually, I invited this VRC center also, government employee. Government department which works under Ministry of Employment, but they couldn't join. If they have been part of us, could have answered many of the things. Anyway, we will continue to put on our efforts and see how best we can create a more inclusive, sustainable society. Thank you, everyone. And if anyone else have any queries, clarifications, you can unmute yourself and ask.
Thank you so much, Ravindraji, for this opportunity to talk and share my thoughts and about MS and my issues what most of us face. And I hope we would do this more often, and I could be able to talk about MS to a lot more people than what we have done today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arunji. We will definitely inform you whenever there is an event. If time permits and your schedule permits, you can always join. We can allot some time. So where you can share to variety of audience in our upcoming sessions.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Okay, then Mary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nagaraj. I think Mary is not there. Okay, then let's look into few videos. I was just browsing through. Maybe that can initiate a few.
Yes, sir, tell me.
Yeah, ma. So anyone else from our club in the participant list? We can invite them also.
No, sir, only Chandana is there. That's all.
Acha.
Chandana, Nagraj, and Arun.
Okay. So can we invite Chandana again? She is working with youth, right? If I am not wrong.
She's a youth service director, sir, for Rotary Club.
Yeah, yeah. So Chandana, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
so
sir.
I have one query for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you are able to make a change in perception among youth towards disabilities? You can reflect on it. That would be great.
Yeah, so firstly, to just give you a brief background, I'm a person who's blind and I'm also having a partial hearing impairment. So what I'm not sure if I have implemented any changes or anything, but talking about different persons' stories, talking about different, how people achieve things in a different way. So that is only a big inspiration to the youth. That is what I believe today. So when someone can do something, so even you can do that. So something like, everyone are, unique and they do things in a different way. So that is what is my perspective and take on that.
Thank you. And the same question goes to you. What can be done, or what is that you are expecting from the government or citizens of the planet that can make a better, inclusive, sustainable society?
So firstly, I would like to second what Arun and Nagraj sir said. So first, reasonable accommodation. And from the government, the most important thing is government has a huge budget for developing infrastructure. So when they are developing that infrastructure, they should do it in an accessible way. For example, having ramps, having accessible, in the lifts, having voice assistant or braille tactile markings. So all these things, is much important. And coming to the society perspective, society should be very empathetic to persons with disability rather than saying, oh, this person cannot do this person cannot do that. They should give them an opportunity and socialize with them, talk to them. Without knowing a person, they should not come to a conclusion that this blind person cannot do this or a person with wheelchair cannot do this. So there's a huge role. Today, the society has to accept a person as how they are rather than changing a person with disability to how they want them to be. So that is not ideal. So that is what I look from the society perspective. And when it comes to jobs, when any corporates or any government hiring persons with disability, so not only their first priority is hiring. Along with hiring, they should also ensure that they are equipped with reasonable accommodation. For example, talking about blind persons, so in a lot of government, what is happening is they hire a lot of people with who are blind, but they're not given a computer or a laptop with the equipped technology like JAWS, NVDA, and they're sitting idles without any jobs. But they're very smart people. They have a lot of capability to be independent and work on their own, but they're not given that opportunity. So society, government, everyone should understand, be empathetic, and when we are ready to change, they should also support us to lead that change. That's what I believe. Thank you. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is what takeaway for all the participants. So what they are looking for, and what we can make a society a better place to be more inclusive and sustainable society. So when we are able to provide them, first is accessibility. Accessibility that helps them, that helps for their mobility to access various resources like basic amenities like the ramps to access different areas, floors, and the basic amenities like toilets, washrooms, or drinking water at convenient place in a convenient way so that they can use them appropriately, more comfortable way, and providing technology or the equipments through which they can disperse their services or the job roles, functions, duties, and providing them with opportunities based on their abilities. So one can have more inclusive, sustainable society, having inclusion and including any disabilities. So that is the takeaway from these deliberations. So anything else that would go on part of takeaway message from Rotary Abilities Bangalore from any of the speakers?
Dr. Ravindra.
Yeah, Ravichandran.
My humble feel after looking at the session, it's a quite the best way of conducting, and at last the people like Anu and Channa, the lady just now spoke to Ms. Chandra Swati, right? So yeah, all very extraordinarily performing on their sense of understanding, especially when I go into the HR subject, the behavioral, they're very impressive. So even I have my own blood relations connect to this, especially challenged blind boy having 3 children, 3 of them are blind children. They are all living at the age of today 25, 35, 45 aged. Only the importance is you as a man, anybody for the matter, treat yourself and treat other also you as simple as he. That's it. Because we all are disabled. Even the mankind living in today is a disabled on one or the other certain areas which is not visible to us. He could be failed in somewhere else, and he is a able man in bodily or is professionally. He could have been failed in somewhere else. There are various designs within the humankind. One or the other way, he is already failed or passing through the clouds of life suffer. So, no, we all are, is a very as simple as a common, no, the disease, no disease, health, no health, finance, no finance. So imparities are everywhere. Everything is quite common. We all are only trying ourselves to modulate to the better way. That's it. So, no, very commonly, I request you all people, together with the ability, or you don't feel yourself to say disabled, because you would be having a lot of negligence are happening. But even the common man at certain point of time is eliminated on certain reasons, on various grounds of needs and requirement. So commonly, since it is coming the subject area of disabled, yes, we can raise our voice wherever relevant. In my side, motivating, self-motivating is a quite, nobody can break it. Otherwise, like Arun Kumar and somebody is performing, outperforming on their subjects, on their own happening. It's all 100 out of 1 walks out of his own life and explaining things. So we should not keep our eyes closed. Even the common man have got his eyes, he is not able to open it widely, understanding himself. He is just monotonously hitting on the same repeated spontaneous attack for the past years together. So he is also somewhat a disabled man. I would rather say in the HR side. So motivationally, psychologically, he has to migrate. He has to go to the possible, impossible, or inevitable kind, whatever I would say. He is migrating one to the other to lead a meaningful life. That's it. That way, everybody takes. We can't take this society to come behind us. None of them. Even I'll say, very openly I'm saying, even your parents cannot support after a certain age of the boy he is brought is a blind boy. So they have to live the common of 95 people, disabled people of 1 or 2. So what to say? This world is like it. Only the disability we call it by, you should feel you are common man. Take otherwise, no, we always feel pity ourselves. That pity we should never carry. I'm very sure any of on this floor carry any a pity word, but I know there are several sets of people, they just pity on them, saying he's a disabled. The disabled himself stood up and said, how long you are going to say this, I'm a disabled? I heard from my childhood. How long I am to say the same statement to me? I am a disabled man. You know, since my birth. Keep aside that point. You guide me or drop me. Go away. So that, please take it. Disabled, able, we all are disabled. I myself feel disabled on certain grounds of areas. What to say? Is right so? I hope so. I'm explaining to Dr. Mr. Arun as well as to government claim. I'm ready to come along with you all people, sir. As a licensing, I'm a very strong in licensing. Any guidance is required across India. I'm putting a word across very carefully and clearly. Anything related to the government claim, licensing support you require, I go to any ministerial homes, sit in front of the place where I can do as per the claim. I'll live for you. This is my charity. I can start with it. Anywhere in India.
Oh, that will be awesome, Ravi sir. Thank you so much.
You carry anything documented available, I would fight for to getting it.
As part of MSSI, I would definitely require your help. If not today, tomorrow for
Let
sure.
me tell you, it takes time.
It takes time.
Some cases I could even handle for 7 years, 8 years. 7 years, 8 years. I don't want to point anything, but I know what skill set I have. Still, I'm a disabled man. I know what I am. But I don't care about my life. I go along with my able skill, go with all support. And wherever potentially I can sell myself, I sell it. Again, at last, I come back to the HR domain where I'm trying to give my lectureship to all you people, motivating how to live the meaningful life and to carry a large fun amount. Fun is quite important. That's it. You are disabled itself, it can be a fun for you.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just want to point one word here and finish it very quickly. There is one club available in Chennai. I know it. Only disabled people meet all together and they only supposed to laugh. Nothing else. They are supposed to only laugh their own experiences of their own disabled. They have to stood on the stage. They have to give a lecture of 5 to 10 minutes because of he was a very sturdy man at the age of 50. Today he is a Parkinson disease. And he has to come on the floor. He has to deliver a speech and he should make his own Parkinson disease itself is a joke for it. Awesome comedy show for it. And he explains to all people and everybody keeps laughing. And his disease, how it's grown up. And how finally, even my father passed away on the Parkinson ground. Okay, so this is what you need to be fun-filled, even at you are in difficult situation. There is no choice. When we don't have a choice, take the best one. Good. Go. That's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra. Please take it. Thanks, Arun.
Sir, I have shared my number on the chat box. So it'll be nice if I could probably get your number.
Sure. I'm sharing video.
Sure. And for everybody's information, also my number has been shared on the chat box. So in case anybody wants more information, you can always get in touch.
We are soon planning to organize one session on employment skills and resume preparation or interview preparation. So we request everyone to join on that session. So maybe now that we got into this discussion, I would request Ravichandranji to also include disability aspect as well as part of the session. So
especially, sorry to interrupt, especially from governmental organization, supposed to give Ministry of Home, Ministry of Welfare, Ministry of Highways, anything related to break the ice as well as possible. I'm available to go Delhi, come what way, no issue. I'm available. And things are very difficult in India. There are charities are given. The government system itself has given a huge amount of charities, but does not reach to charity. Doesn't mean the public doesn't know how to approach. The government has got its own bottlenecks. We need to respect government at last, I would say, because it's not easy. Getting it mean. It doesn't mean even I'm unable to communicate to my own son over the period of his, at the age of 15, I was reasonably communicating. But after the 24, I'm unable to communicate carefully and not properly. Why? What the gap in between now? You yourself at your home, you could be feeling. Your daughter, your son, you could be speaking to them at the age of 12. It could be easier. Today, you could be at 25. You may not be communicating correctly, unable, you are not able to perform. Why? Similar way, everywhere there are problems. You can't explain, no, you can't make things clear. So in those cases, I can become a platform connecting the difficulties. Many of the government organization doesn't know where, what to give it. There are, let me tell you, as I'm suddenly striking out of my mind, there are huge amount of funds are not spent in Delhi government, even in the Uttar Pradesh government today, on family welfare, social welfare areas, because the highest corruption engaged in NGOs. So they are unable to fund distribution, unable to distribute the fund. The funds are surplus. Let me tell you, sir, you are into, I'm telling you, funds are not distributed because there is no clarity. I have experience. Suddenly striking out of my mind, I just throw it immediately to you. Please, all common disabled people, Mr. Ravindra Kumar, all please listen to. Very important. Government is not able to spend their own money given for the social welfare and family welfare relevance. The reason is huge amount of in middle game happening. Document lapse. Those kind of areas, everything is relevant, connect, and available. Thanks very much, sir. I'm sorry, individual coming and giving my words quickly.
It's true, as you said, Ravichandran sir. We also observed that many departments, they have lot of unused funds.
NGO is giving professional fee, commissions to get their own fund, to get their claims from government. There are many consultants, agencies are working on these areas to get the funds spent and take a commission from disability homes. Disability homes. This is what the sad part of it.
Yeah, true. I think we have to, first thing is we have to bring awareness, and departments also have to be mandated to disclose their budget allocations and I mean the leftover funds before at least 1-2 months or 3 months, a quarter before, so that organizations who are because there is always a provision for NGOs, those who have conducted and also are planning to conduct, also to get a reimbursement of the eligible programs. So even after they have spent also, if that is genuine and valid, they can always go apply for grant of funds. So this, I think NGOs themselves have to play a proactive role in visiting or filing RTIs wherever possible, to find out what is the budget status and how much funds they have utilized and how much of funds is available, so that they can approach in a more transparent way.
Yes. In case of any RTI to file, I got a set of people. They can guide you how to file RTI. They do the total charity. They do it a total charity. I know, I was knowing in Bangalore. Now I don't have no proper connect. In Mumbai, there is a girl. She's very aggressive in RTI filing, and she pulls out of any inputs. Even I have it in Chennai, a person who works only for RTI all the life in his own. Okay, so we should get the RTI input first. It's a large documentation is very important for any claims from the government. So it could be cumbersome, but you need to respect. That's no. You can't expect getting in easily, getting out, and again at last it goes into wrong pockets.
Yeah, definitely NGOs have to play, like even one of the participant, Ruby ma'am, was also asking that they are not able to get funds. So then maybe this is the way. First approach in a very friendly way. RTI always has not been taken in a positive way. So
yeah, RTI is a little aggressive.
yeah.
But
So approach in a very positive,
yes.
friendly way.
Correct.
Then after that, if it doesn't work, then that's a last resort, I would say.
Yes, exactly. Correct. What you said is clearly correct, sir. RTI.
So let's approach them and have in a friendly way, a formal or informal way.
That's what the NGO always do in their own life. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Should be
NGO always keep their face smile, and that is the biggest advantage for the entire bureaucrats to make you a smile all the life.
And also we have to include them. It's not that only when we get some benefit to call them, or if we don't get any benefit, do not call them. It's not like that.
Correct.
Wherever there is a potential, we have to engage them. And we have to ensure that they are also part of it. So that whenever they get all opportunity, they also make use of this opportunity and try to utilize the funds available with them. So that also should be there. Sometimes we get demotivated in spite of many rounds and many all these things. We get disappointed and we do not even invite or engage them.
Ministry Homes doesn't even know what fund is allocated for what. So they are also go with their own bureaucrats to take gain inputs, because all the time they work for something else. So we need to get the inputs certain time at certain points at certain locations. RTI is only a right place to get to know what the fund available. That's it. Otherwise, the minister, he himself doesn't know what is available, how to spend it. So anybody goes in, he could be certainly rigid, but it has got its own the way of approach. Then only they would be listening to our voice. Practically, the minister, how he's spending his life of today on every day. At last, I would say, even the common man will cry, because the minister living in such a difficult life. I know it. We feel the ministers are finding great difficulty of today in India to survive, to live their even better life. I know it.
Yeah, this is there. In India, it is quite common.
Correct. They are quite informal. They are spending various reasons. I know 10 out of only 2 could be making big lifers, but otherwise common. I have seen several numbers of ministers who are living as simple as common men. I talk about only MLA levels. I'm not talking much, but MLA level, they are very common people. They are easily accessible, but we feel politicians are wrong. Lawyers are cheaters, doctors are thieves, and the police are corrupt. Everything, but the society is actually polluted. I always say everything is good in front of me. I go and reach out. Let's carry a positive signal from our side. Naturally, the God you feel yourself, the God is coming in front of you. Everything goes in good and good manner.
Yeah,
that's quite
society,
important.
We are society.
Yeah.
When we say society is
always
corrupted,
the moment we don't get, the moment we don't get and he's a cheater, we quickly say. We say every doctors are cheats, every lawyers are corrupt. They are thieves, they are rogues and rowdies. Not like it. It's 10 out of every field has got its own. Every field has got its own rowdies, rascals, available in every domain today. Sorry, wrong words I could have used, but it's a brutality of situation today.
Thank you, Ravichandra, for contributing, and we really look forward for fruitful sessions. Just have glance of a few videos, then we will After that, we'll just take up any clarification. Otherwise, we'll go for the conclusion. So kindly everyone unmute yourself. Sorry, mute yourself so that we can listen to them and we can get back.
So we can't hear anything, sir.
Some sound technical issue.
Ravindraji, when you're doing a share screen, press on the button which says sound from the system.
Yeah, I have enabled it, but somehow let me try once again. Sometimes.
Here's every night in my dreams.
Hello, she told me about disability until my life. I have faced many challenges and I have overcome them. I was very excited I would be able to show my thinking to the world.
So that was a real shock to me, that my daughter is not going to be normal like other children. When she's laughing, she laughs so beautifully that I feel very, very bad sometimes in my heart that what I have done with her. Something may be done wrong by me, that she's suffering due to me. I always look at her and see how confident she is and how she is not bothering about her condition, and whatever she can do, she is trying to do it very well.
Alexa, play Every Night in My Dreams.
Here's every night in my dreams.
Alexa is helping her a lot because they are giving her a feeling of control, that she can control something in her life, and everyone is otherwise controlling her. I think these type of things are developing confidence in her. So I'm really happy.
She's lovely, she's annoying, and she's like any other bigger or smaller sister a guy would have. But she is so much more in my world than she realizes, and I just hope I am with her always.
Want to tell the world.
I don't this my ability.
Some videos have some audio problem. Let's see the visuals, then we can discuss it. Okay, thank you everyone for watching this few short videos that portrays what exactly, I mean, the inclusion, how the inclusion should be, or what takes to be included. If you have any clarifications or comments, you can unmute yourselves. After watching this, if you would like to add something. Anyone, even the speakers can also comment or. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute. If you have any issue, let me do it for you.
Actually, it's very inspirational videos, sir. We learned lot. I learned lot from that videos. Especially Enable India and all. I have personally visited Enable India. So it's all inspirational videos, sir. Lot of takeaway from that videos. Lot to learn. That's all, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us for the day. And yeah, Arunji.
Ravindra sir, next time probably when you're showing videos like that, you could show a video on multiple sclerosis also.
Sure, definitely. We will try to include them as well. I was just browsing through when I was having discussion. I wanted to show a video, but I couldn't find that. But in the meanwhile, I found a few videos, so I just downloaded it, and in that also they had some sound technical issue. Audio was missing.
Okay.
So we will try to include even MS videos as well from next time.
Sure. Thank you so much. Because it is high time people are aware of what this is all about.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us for these wonderful sessions. And, I'm sharing the feedback link in the chat box. Kindly everyone do fill it up. And before that, let me thank the organizers, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, and Rotary Bangalore Abilities for coming together for organizing national webinar on social service, community service and sustainable development as Rotarians approach. And also I would like to thank all the eminent speakers for the day. Sri Arvind Garu, President, Rotary Bangalore Abilities, Professor Dr. B. Patel, former Director, Dean, Principal, BM Homeo Medical College, and also former Principal, Government Homeo Medical College, PG faculty and many universities, Rotarian, and Sri Nagaraj Garu, past President of Rotary Bangalore Abilities, member of various professional organizations, and also Deputy Manager in State Bank of India, Bangalore, and Sri Arun Mohanji, Wellness Coach, Rotary Bangalore Abilities, and also Governing Council Member of MSSI, and Mary Florence Freda, Founder, Cancer Charitable Trust, and Speaker Fundraiser, Rotary Bangalore Abilities, and Dr. Ravindra RM, Consultant Psychology, Medical Psychiatric Social Work, Counseling, Spiritual Mentor and Guide, and visiting and guest faculty, and all other eminent speakers and members of the Rotary Bangalore Abilities, and Mr. Ravichandra, and all other participants who have made this day more wonderful by joining us. Thank you one and all, and look forward to see you all in the upcoming sessions. Tomorrow, as usual, every Sunday we have sessions starting from 10:30, and every evening we have sessions starting with at 5:30 till 6:30 or 7:30. With the same link, you can join it. We'll be discussing on various topics. Various speakers would be presenting on different topics. So kindly do join us. Feedback link has been shared in the chat box. You can fill it up. Within 15 working days, your certificates will be issued, and the download link will be shared in the Telegram channel. So everyone kindly join the Telegram channel. There you will get all the updates, even day-to-day programs. All the programs details will be posted on the Telegram channel. And share the Telegram channel link with all your friends so that they can also get the updates. And a last word, if Mary and Arun Mohan, Nagaraj, a final word, if you want to say anything to the participants, you can go ahead.
Actually, it should be very empathetic, sir. Not very empathetic and kind, especially to people with disability. Very kind, not look at their disability, but look at them as a person of talent.
Yeah, we should always, as you rightly said, we should focus on abilities rather than disabilities. Of course, we all are disabled in one way or other. Even the World Health Organization and also says that at least 1 in 2 are disabled in one way or other, at least by learning disabilities, one kind of other learning disabilities. So if you take in that sense, then half of the world's population is disabled only. That means there is a great importance to include them. So definitely we need to take a different perspective. I mean, equity perspective towards specially able, rather than calling them disabled. You can say specially able. We need to understand them. Thank you, Mary ma'am. All the participants kindly request you to fill up the feedback form before leaving the webinar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mary ma'am.
Thank you so much all for participating, and thank you so much Ravindra sir for giving an opportunity to talk and telling about MS.
Arun sir, thank you very much. Arun sir, you said that you are having an office in Pune.
Yes, we do.
Exactly where it is?
I have no clue where it is, but I can send you the. You know what? I shared my mobile number. If you tell me if you probably send me a WhatsApp, I'll send you the address.
Okay, chat box, I am giving you my number, WhatsApp number.
Okay, okay. I will send you the address for Pune.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. God bless.
So much. God bless.
Thank you so much to all.
Yes, sir. Arun sir, I have given you my name and number in chat.
Okay.
It is WhatsApp number.
Sure, I'll reply to that.
No, sir, I am from Pune. That is why I am asking.
I didn't get that question. Pardon me?
I am from Pune, I said. That is why I am asking this number, address, because if we need some help, so we can contact you.
Sure, sure. I will send it across to you. I'll probably get your number from Ravindra sir and.
Yes, definitely. He will give. Mary ma'am also can give you.
Sure. And then I'll message you back. I'll message you personally.
Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
For your information, I will be sharing this MS Society website address also.
Yes.
That, you can contact them, and as well you can always, Arun ji is always there with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
For Arun's name also when you are contacting them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I have shared this society website address, so you can find details, and once you talk to them, you can also speak to Arunji, and you can collaborate. You can refer Arunji's name when you speak to them. Arunji, do we have any videos?
We not yet no, because I had personally made 2 videos, so I thought I could share. One was talking about what are the problems that MS people face, and one was the symptoms of MS, which I showcased earlier. But I can share you some videos of MS as a problem, which I could, which you can probably showcase it across.
Yeah, sure. We will try to fetch few videos on MS also. Try.
Sure.
There are official videos also that will help us.
Sure, sure. I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yeah, I will also look at the website and see if I could fetch few videos which can be really short. And any other queries or clarification, you can go ahead asking. Kindly do fill up the feedback form. That is mandatory. That's how we get the details for whom we have to issue the certificate. And if you have any queries also, you can, there is a provision in the feedback form. You can leave your queries or clarification comments in the feedback form as well. Arunji.
Anji, yes, Ravinder.
Yeah, how about organizing an exclusive webinar on MS? If you could fetch a few resource persons from MSSI.
Sure.
You just have a word with them, and we will schedule, because daily we are having 5:30 to 7:30.
Okay.
One fine day when all resource persons are available.
Okay.
We can have a 2 hours dedicated webinar session.
Sure. I'll get that organized.
Yeah. So I will leave a message on your WhatsApp.
Sure.
So that whenever it is possible, we can organize.
Sure. I'll get that organized. That's absolutely not a problem.
Okay. So whoever have not yet filled the feedback form, kindly fill up the feedback form. And whoever has filled, kindly leave the webinar so that we know how many are left out to fill the feedback form. And thank you all the speakers and participants for joining us for this wonderful day. And do keep joining and sharing this information on various events to your friends and colleagues as well. Thank you one and all. Certificate will be issued within 15 working days. You'll get the link to download certificate in Telegram channel and also on the website, webinar website.